Alright, hello everyone, and welcome to another Phoenix Wright game. This time we're playing Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. But don't let that second name spot fool you, for this is a very competent and complete both Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton game. This was a crossover that came out, I want to say, yeah, it was like 2014, so I guess exactly 10 years ago, just about actually. At least in America. It came out, I think, 2 years before in Japan, so bit of a gap there, but that was pretty usual at the time. This is actually the first ever Phoenix Wright game that I owned and played through when I was younger. And I remember being very excited for this when it was originally announced in Japan, and believe it or not, I didn't actually think we were going to get this because of the length of time between actually announcement in Japan and announcement of translation. But fortunately we did, which is good, because there was also the concern of many Phoenix Wright games that were, at least at the time, that were not coming to North America. Not to mention the fact that this was actually technically the first 3DS Phoenix Wright game that did come out. So there's a lot of uncertainty around the time, but I mean, it was a Professor Layton game, and Professor Layton games always come to North America, so maybe in that regard, that's what saved it. But yeah, I was a big Professor Layton fan at the time, and was also kind of a fan of Phoenix Wright, although I never really ended up playing the games at the time. So I was really looking forward to this, because loved me some Professor Layton. And for me, the 3DS was still very new, so I was excited to finally see Professor Layton on the 3DS. And because it's a Professor Layton game, this game's actually competently voiced, believe it or not, so enjoy.
That's impossible! Ah! Go without me. Quickly! Get going! Oh.
Hey Womp, how's it going? Is this a game? It is indeed a game. It is a game by level 5, so you know the cutscene production is of very high quality. All of their games are fully animated and feature voice acting, some fuller than others. But they were well known for their wonderful hand-drawn cutscenes. That's quite the predicament. How does a car get stuck in a tree? Actually, don't ask that, because I've seen screenshot or photographs of that happening, so apparently it can. Now, I have played through this, like I said, and I do remember a decent amount of the story, and including the ending. At least some details of the ending. So, not really going into this blind. I don't remember a lot of the content along the way. The ending was just very stuck out of my mind since I first played this.
There is one man I know who could get to the bottom of this.
Current tree is a JoJo reference.
Did you say witches,
You're right.
Professor?
You reminded me. You're right.
The Middle Ages very much believed in their existence. That is the reason why they had witch trials. Do you see?
Witch trials? Did witches really exist in those days?
Come on, we all know magic doesn't exist. This is Phoenix Wright. Since when has magic existed in Phoenix Wright? Or Professor Layton, for that matter. If you're a fan of either series, you would know.
Witch trials certainly existed, although nobody ever truly used magic. Witches were nothing more than superstition and legend.
Wow, look, it's really London. Come on, Nick, take a look.
I know you're excited, Maya, but can a guy get a few last Z's in?
This is no time to be sleeping. You won't win in an English court of law with that attitude.
This trip is just an exchange visit courtesy of the Legal League of Attorneys. I won't be defending in court officially.
Aw, well that's no fun.
Can I just say that these voices for these two are way better than what we got in the anime? I don't know what their Japanese voices sound like in this
You know
game,
you're always at your best when working under pressure.
but
who can say how
especially
things would go
Maya
over
here. I didn't like Maya in the
You
anime.
shouldn't talk like that. You only jinx the whole thing.
See, look at that. That's not magic. It's definitely something that's not magic. Totally. Why would Professor Layton lie like that? Why would he say magic doesn't exist and then that happens? Come on. We all know that's gotta be fake.
The rain doesn't seem to want to stop. It's a bit unusual for this time of year, don't you think?
I agree, Luke. But I believe it is easing off a little now, so it should clear up soon.
I hope it does clear up soon, especially the lightning.
Afraid of lightning, I take it?
Of course not. I'm not a little kid, you know. It's just that I hate how it flashes suddenly and takes me by surprise.
Then let's wait a while for it to settle. Luke, I have just the thing to take your mind off it. Take a look at the bookshelf. The bookshelf? What's on the bookshelf? You'll know it when you find it. Do you recall our usual method of investigation? Of course I do. I expected as much. But just to be sure, let's have a refresher. So, because this is a Professor Layton game, in part, we have a much more competent exploration system than in any Phoenix Wright game. A lot more detailed, a lot more things to click on. Definitely not as... well, at the time anyways, it was pretty simplistic. I mean, I would say now this probably compares on par with the re-releases of the Professor Layton games. But, yeah, this is probably... At least if we're going to count Phoenix Wright as this is part of that series, then technically this would have been the first game that had such a competent exploration system. Use a magnifying glass for investigation. This will appear automatically. Slide the stylus along the touchscreen to move the magnifying glass around. Secret is to slide the stylus as if drawing a line. While moving the magnifying glass, it will sometimes appear orange. When this happens, give the touchscreen a light tap. Doing so will investigate the point in question. In addition to important information, there are also puzzles and hint coins waiting to be found. Hint coins will become invaluable later on, when tackling difficult puzzles. Okay, let's give it a try. Touch and slide on the touchscreen, then give it a light tap to investigate. This technique can be used to investigate points of interest, right? Now let's investigate the bookshelf. So unfortunately though, because it's on the touchscreen, it does actually ironically make using the touchscreen to control this a little awkward. It's actually better to use the control stick, weirdly enough. But as far as a Professor Layton game is concerned, I would say this is probably one of the easier ones. And it's not just because they start you with 30 hint coins right off the bat for some reason. Not sure why they do that. That's a lot of hit coins. Honestly, I don't even remember using 30 hint coins throughout the entire game when I originally played it. Isn't this a picture book? Wow, I wouldn't have expected you to have a picture book, Professor. Wait a second. That's right, my boy. There's a puzzle hidden within that book. I should have known. You even have puzzles hidden in your books. Alright then, Luke. Why not see if you can solve this one? Naturally. After all, I am your apprentice. The best Layton game and 4th best Phoenix Wright game. 4th best! I'm curious which ones you rate above it. I'm not sure. Honestly, like, I said I remember the ending of this game. I don't really remember the individual trials for Phoenix Wright that much in this one. So I guess we'll see how it rates in terms of actual trials. I do like it a lot as a lane game. I just remember the puzzles being really easy. I found them fairly easy, but I'm probably going to make an absolute fool of myself here. We can probably go like that for this one. This is mostly a touchscreen. I set up a very robust screen switching system, and I'll do my best to keep on top of things, but this game loves to alternate between, like, upper and lower screen a lot. And the puzzles, I recall using a pretty equal amount of both, but mostly bottom screen because most of them are touch. A light witch and a dark witch are trying to fly back home to their castles. Each castle is colored to match each witch. The way home is connected by colorful paths of light. Touching one of these paths will cause all of that color to disappear. Help the witches by find the right path to their respective castles by removing the unwanted paths. So it's the Mario Party minigame, except we can turn certain paths off. Okay, so we can turn off one color by tapping it, and we have to make sure they get to the right one. So if you've never seen a Professor Layton game, this is basically how they are. They're adventure games with a surplus of what I would call brain teaser / paper puzzles, although some of the later ones, this one included, do a lot more type of puzzles you wouldn't normally find in a puzzle book. But this one in particular, I'm sure, kind of matches. So let's see what we got here. So we need to get the white one to the White Castle. Now, weirdly enough, I've never been, like, super good at the Mario Party minigame. But I'm seeing here that we probably need to turn off orange, maybe? Okay, well that gets the black one properly, but I'm trying to think what that does for the white. Wait, does that make it for the white? Hang on a second, let me see something here. Am I wrong? No, I'm right there, but then why did only the black one go off? Because the black one misses. Okay, hang on a second here. If we do that... Oh, I see. That's just because I tapped on the screen. She needs some sliders stat. Gotta go home and get those burgers. I think I might have messed up both of them now. Yeah, I definitely messed up the white one. The black one... Okay, the black one would need orange in this scenario. But if we turn the orange back on, then we have, I think, another problem here. Yeah, the white one's just going to be completely gone. But we can probably safely turn that one off. No, we can't, because then that's going to be a problem. Okay, let's see here. Let's just turn them all off and see if we can find, like, the path of least resistance here. So turning blue on is good for the Black Witch. That works. If we turn on orange, that should be safe as well. No, it's not, because then we'd need green as well. So we can't have both of those on. Or we need to turn both of them on. If green is on, orange would have to be on, unless blue is off. White is fine here, because white goes up, across... No, actually it's not. Green is bad, no matter what. Because I can't see a scenario where green actually helps here. Because the White Witch, if it hits green, it's right by the castle, right? We do purple. Purple's actually okay. Purple looks fine. This might be it. Let's see. Yeah, white is fine there. And then black goes all the way across. Yep, nope, that should be good. Oh, submit. There we go. I don't think I missed something.
Don't worry. Leave this one to
I think
me.
this was also the first one. No, this would have been the second
As you'd
one
expect
with
from a
the
gentleman in
modern
training.
note system, which over the years, like if you played like the original Professor Layton's, the later note systems are a godsend. Honestly, I feel like if they were to ever remake a Layton game, I'd love to see a remake of Curious Village, because that's probably like, note-wise, is probably the worst one. Outstanding! Both witches managed to cross the colorful paths and find their way home. Well done, Luke. That was a piece of cake. I can solve harder puzzles than that. I'm pleased to hear that, Luke. It was a charming little puzzle, though. Like straight out of a fairy tale. If only the witches of the Middle Ages were as jolly as the ones in this picture book. Yes, indeed. Well, it looks as if the rain is about to stop. Shall we prepare to go home? Okay, Professor. Now, where did I put my umbrella? Professor, I think we have a visitor. At this late hour? I can't say I've been expecting anybody. I'll go and see who it is. What is it with these two, like, having strange girls approach them, asking them for help? There seems to be, like, a running theme, at least at this point in the series. There's, like, a running theme of this happening. It's as far from the first time. Are you Mr. Herschel Layton? Yes, indeed I am. My dear young lady, how can I be of assistance? I've been asked to give you a letter. Please, could you read this? This letter? It's from Carmine. Carmine? Who's Carmine? He was a student of mine a number of years ago. And if I recall correctly, he's now a detective. Wow, a detective? About Carmine? Yes. Well, I'm sorry. It appears there may be a matter of some considerable importance with this letter. Let's read it right away, Professor.
Dear Professor, it has been a long time. There is so much I would like to tell you, but at present I do not have the time. My life is in danger. I am being chased by something terrifying, and I am not sure whether I can escape. It all started in a town called Labyrinthia, a mysterious town, one that you will not find on any map. I found myself there during the course of an investigation. While I was there, a series of unbelievable events occurred right before my eyes. I realized the town held a mysterious secret and decided to get to the bottom of it. But before I could, they found me. I escaped from Labyrinthia with a young woman by the name of Isabella. It was my belief that she held the key to solving the secret of that town. It is not me they are pursuing, it is Isabella. As such, I am asking you to help her. Labyrinthia hides an ominous mystery. This is one puzzle that appears to be beyond my powers to solve. I apologize for imposing on you in this way. Your faithful student, Carmine Accidenti.
I love the Phoenix Wright-esque name with him. Because guess what happened to him a few minutes ago? Really living up to your name over there, Mr. Accidente. Well, I never. Professor? Am I right in assuming that you are the Isabella to whom Carmine is referring? Yes. Yes, I am. Tell me, what on earth happened? I'm afraid I'm not entirely sure. It seemed as if we were being chased relentlessly. They caught up with us, and we were attacked. As a result, Carmine was injured. I see. I'm sorry to hear that. He bravely did his best to ensure that I escaped safely. I beg you, please help him. Please help that brave man. You mustn't worry about him, Miss Bella. Knowing Carmine as I do, I'm sure he'll be alright. But ever since I've known him, he's always been in some difficult situation or other, and he's never failed to win through. More importantly, at the moment, I'm frankly more concerned with your safety, Isabella. You're concerned about me? According to this letter, the one they're after is you. Are you certain that you're alright? You weren't injured at all? Me? No, oh, I'm fine, really. I think you'd better take a rest, even if just for a little while. Your clothes are all wet too. I'll go and find you a dry towel. Thank you. You're really too kind. It's no trouble at all. As soon as you're more comfortable, we can sit down and talk. Professor, if what was written in that letter is true... Yes, indeed. It means this young lady is in real danger. It also means that her pursuers might even come to this office in search of her. I'll go and lock the door. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. At any rate, we'll need to talk to Isabella and find out what this is really all about. A strangely dressed young girl suddenly appeared asking Professor Layton for help. It would seem she is being pursued by something or someone or something. Isabella appeared in my study, full of fear. Do not know who she is, or where she has come from, but I wish to help her. So typical of Layton games, there is actually really good tracking of the plot. Like, you could put down a Layton game for like years, come back to it, open up your menu, and you can just read everything that you've seen so far. Like every single chapter, and get like every single story beat. It's great. I wish more games were like this, honestly. Especially any sort of story-heavy game should honestly have that sort of system. I'm sorry to have put you both to all of this trouble. Please, think nothing of it. Although, if it's alright with you, I'd like to hear a little more about what happened. We won't be able to protect you without clear understanding of the circumstances. Protect me? It is my belief that you are in quite considerable danger, and it is the duty of every gentleman to help a young lady in trouble. I sincerely thank you. Now, it would absurdly appear that you are being pursued. However, Carmine's letter referred to your pursuers as they. Could you tell me who they might be? They are witches. Did you say witches? Yes, witches. And they are truly terrifying. Carmine did his best to protect me from them, but in the end, he was unable to escape. They caught up with us. If they realize I'm here, then you two may also end up in danger. Perhaps it would have been better if I hadn't come here. Isabella. Yes? You mustn't worry yourself. Everything is going to be alright. Really? You have my word. We'll be on our guard. That's right. Nothing to worry about. The place is tightly locked up. Thank you both. Isabella, I'd like to inquire a little more if I may. Yes, of course. The town you came from is called Labyrinthia, isn't it? Yes, that's right. Isabella, what's the matter? Well... We are in Labyrinthia now, aren't we? Huh? No, we're in London, in England. London? England? I'm sorry, but I don't understand. What? No way! You mean to say you've never heard of England? Well, it's just that I've never come across a place by that name in Labyrinthia. Isabella, are you sure you're feeling alright? No, Luke. I believe Isabella really doesn't know. Isabella, about this town of Labyrinthia. I'm afraid we've never heard of it either. If I may ask, where exactly is Labyrinthia? It's what? She doesn't know where England is. You think she's going to be able to point out where Labyrinthia is?
You could want to know about Labyrinthia can be found in this book.
Anything?
It's an amazing design. I've never seen a book quite like it.
Isabella, would you mind if we had a closer look?
Of course.
I must be seeing things. It was as if the words were moving on the page.
No, Luke. It looked the same to me, too.
Look, there's a picture of the town in here. So this is Labyrinthia, is it?
Yes, that's Labyrinthia.
How intriguing. The buildings all look really old, don't they, Professor? Indeed, Luke. I don't recall ever having seen this town before. This is my hometown. Then this must also be where the witches pursuing you are from, is that right? That's right. Isabella, what exactly is this book? It seems somewhat valuable. This book is the Historia Labyrinthia. As I said just a moment ago, everything about Labyrinthia is written in this book. Everything. The entire story. Labyrinthia's story? If it contains absolutely everything, then it must also include something about witches. Yes, it does. All about witches, the events in the town and the people living there. Everything that has happened in the town is written in this book. And not only that, but also everything that is going to happen. Eh? What did you just say? A book that can tell the future. Can we really believe that Layton was correct about there not being magic? The town of Labyrinthia, portrayed within the book entitled The Historia Labyrinthia, is an old town the likes of which the Professor and Luke have never seen. Spella claims to be from this town. Apparently everything that takes place in Labyrinthia is written in that book. Spella referred to it as Labyrinthia's story.
Professor, this certainly is very strange. First that letter from Carmina, and now this book. If you ask me, Espella doesn't seem to be lying. But witches chasing after people, it's all a little hard to believe.
It's certainly hard to believe, but I do find it fascinating.
Oh, poor thing. Do you want to come in from the rain? Don't open it! Huh?
Well, it's just a bird. What's the worst that can happen? It's gonna shit on your face? Hey, that's a cool parlor trick. You want to show me how you did that?
Professor, what was that?
That, Luke, was a witch.
You know, that's not a very nice thing to call someone. Not very gentlemanly of you.
A spell has been...
Yes, that was careless of us. But to think they might enter by such means. And after I'd promised to protect her.
Do you think that was one of those witches that Espella was talking about?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly looked that way.
Then what we just saw, was that magic?
I don't know. But something bizarre did indeed take place before our very eyes. Luke, I'm going to go and search for Espella. While I'm gone, I'd like you to...
Professor, I'm going too! Even if you disagree, I'm coming along. After all, I am your apprentice.
Okay, Luke, then let's go.
Right. I've already put the important things into the trunk. Thank you, Luke. We'll make sure to keep a record of all the important mysteries we encounter, as well as all the progress we make in our investigations. These will be kept in the trunk. Open the trunk at any time by touching the menu in the bottom left corner. To look back on progress made so far, you may wish to have a look in the story, or alternatively in mysteries. The witch has broken into Professor Layton's study, snatched up his spell, and escaped into the night. Could this mysterious power she wields truly be witchcraft? I certainly did not anticipate Espella being snatched away right before our very eyes. We must do something about this. Now, I believe we're all set to go. They seem to be headed towards the Thames. Let's follow them and rescue Espella. Right you are, Professor. We've lost them, Professor. They've got away. Yes, it would appear so. However, we can be quite certain that they came this way. There may be someone who saw the witch carrying Espella. Right. Let's start asking people. Hey, look over there. Isn't that... This one's really got me stumped. I agree, sir. A total mystery. Constable Barter, I don't want your agreement. I want answers. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. Inspector Chemley and Constable Barton. I wonder what they're doing here. They appear to be having a heated discussion about something. Perhaps it may have something to do with the witch we're pursuing. Let's see what they have to say, Luke. Good thinking, Professor. Okay, should probably save here, because now we're actually starting to get to the main game. Oi, you there! This area's off limits. Only Scotland Yard personnel allowed here. Hang on. Oh, it's you, Layton. What are you doing here? It's been a while, Inspector Chemley. Has there been some kind of incident? Well, more of an accident than an incident. Over there, a motor vehicle has been heavily damaged. A heavily damaged vehicle, you say? That sounds rather serious. But I doubt that a Scotland Yard inspector would be involved in something as mundane as a simple traffic accident. Is there perhaps something unusual about this particular accident? As always, Professor, you're quick to pick up on the finer points. I should say there's something unusual. In fact, I've never seen nor heard of an accident as unusual as this one. Barton, would you leave to talking to me? Yes, sir. Of course, sir. Unusual accident? Unusual in what way, precisely? Don't go concern yourself with it. It's a job of the police to solve the case. You never know, Inspector. I may just be able to help you solve it. What are you saying? Even I don't have all the facts yet. Clues just aren't that easy to come by, you know? Yes, we got nothing so far. In fact, I'm sure we could use a helping hand. Oi! Barton! Although I told you, I'll do all the talking. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. Just a moment. I got it. Hey, Layton. What is it, Inspector? Well, that is to say, if you're so keen on getting involved, why not go and take a look for yourself? It was a sudden change of heart. It was, Luke. But a welcome one, wouldn't you say? Very well, Inspector. I'll take a look. The vehicle is just up ahead there, is it? Yes, it is. It was just in the park over there, if you know what I mean. The park is fairly big, so it's quite easy to lose your way. I suppose I'll have to explain. But listen up. I'm only saying this once. When you want to go somewhere else, touch the move icon in the bottom right corner. Touch this to change from investigation mode to movement mode. The places you can move are the places indicated by red markers. Touch search after moving to go back into investigation mode. Incidentally, you're free to move to any location indicated by a red marker. This is a convenient way of moving, since you can move a great distance with only a single touch. Look at the map and touch our desired location. That's right, isn't it, Prospector? That's right. So now that you know what to do, why don't you go and take a look? Oh, but don't forget, if you find anything, be sure to come and let me know. We'll be waiting to hear from you. Professor, I think the unusual accent they were talking about... Indeed. Could well have something to do with our own investigation. Let's go and take a look at the scene of the accent, Luke. We may find some clues. What you are, Professor? Hey, Jack. How's it going? Among Us. I mean, something's pretty sus here, but I don't think even in Among Us there's magical witches flying off with their victims. While you're back from, I may just be able to make something of this case. With the bad luck of cases I've got piled up, we'll have to take help where I can get it. Alright, let's go take a look at this car crash. This super not normal car crash. Everything looks fine here. Nothing out of the ordinary here. Professor, look over there. There's a car up in that tree. This certainly is out of the ordinary. I've never seen anything quite like it. Like Constable Barton said, it seems extremely unusual. I mean, how on earth could something like this happen? We'll need to investigate this closely. Let's take a closer look at the car. These two art styles are so different, it's gonna be weird to see them together. Oh, don't worry, they do a great job putting them together. Weirdly enough, like, as much as, like, I technically call this a Professor, or a Phoenix Wright game, it really is a Professor Layton game starring Phoenix Wright. This was, like, wholly developed by Level 5. Everything was done by Level 5. The music, the art, the gameplay. The only part that wasn't done by Level 5 was the actual court face-offs themselves, which was done by the Phoenix Wright team at the time. So for the most part, I mean, Phoenix Wright is a huge part of this game, but for the most part, it really is just another Professor Layton game. The more I see it, the stranger it looks. It's as if the car just flew up there. It's certainly taken some damage. You don't think... Could the witches have done this? Certainly possible. It would appear the accident occurred only moments ago. Wait, what's that mark on the car? Excuse me, gentlemen. Yes, you two. Would you just stop right there? I'm afraid I'll have to ask you two to leave. This is the scene of an accident, and we haven't finished investigating it yet. As you can no doubt see, it's all rather mysterious. We don't know yet the exact cause of this here mishap. Not a safe place for spectators, I'm afraid. I'll have to ask you both to move along. You're not spectators. We've been given permission from Inspector Chamley. From the Inspector, you say? So you're here officially then, are you? In what capacity, may I ask? Well, not officially as such. Name's Herschel Layton. I'm an archaeologist. You're pulling my leg. You mean to tell me that you're the famous Professor Layton? Now that you mention it, you certainly do resemble the good professor. Of course he does. He is the professor. So, Constable, if you don't mind, may we investigate a little closer? I've been put in charge here, so I can't afford to be wrong about this. For all I know, you might just be impersonating Professor Layton. What? Oh, come on! If you're the real Professor Layton, then I'm sure you have no trouble solving this little puzzle I just happen to have here. Sounds interesting. Let me see what you have. Alright, take a look at this. Classic. Everyone's got puzzles. They got puzzles up their ass, they got puzzles in their ears. Everything reminds them of puzzles. A world where everything can be solved with brain teasers. Like the Earthbound sprites for the bottom screen map thing. Oh, I see. Yeah, well they've always, I mean, Professor Layton's always done that. They've done that as far as I can remember, especially in, like, yeah, Curious Village for sure. They've always had like little sprites. I think like the most that they've ever used of them though was Miracle Mass, because there was like a whole RPG side game that they just put into the main game, and that game is like full of the same kind of sprites. This one actually I think is fine as it is. The local police force is assisting a museum to increase its security. The guards' torches allow them to spot anything. The guards' torches allow them to spot anything up to 3 squares away. Do your best not to be seen and sneakily make your way out of the room. What? Why are we playing the bad guy? This is not very gentlemanly. Alright. Touch arrows to do the thing. Don't stand in front of the line of sight. Otherwise you have to start over. We can also use the buttons. Where are we going? Oh, we're going way over to the right. Where are they gonna walk? They're turning that way. Oh, fuck. It's like Metal Gear Solid, except everyone takes turns. Oh, I should have gone up one. I thought I couldn't go up one. I just noticed I could. Oops. I need to go up and over one because he moves. I might have made a mistake. No, we're good. We're fine. There we go.
Let's see if I've proven myself.
Professor Layton featuring Phoenix Wright from the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney series. Honestly, that's like the best way to think of this game. Like, weirdly enough, it was, I forget whoever, the director of Phoenix Wright actually approached Level 5 and was like, hey, you know what'd be cool? If we could do, like, a crossover with Professor Layton. Like, that's basically where to start, because, like, the guy who was in charge of Phoenix Wright was a huge Professor Layton fan. And he was like, I want to make a game with, like, Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton. Actually, no, it wasn't their intention to make it a crossover first. He was just like, I want to make a game, and then the high-ups were like, yeah, you should make a crossover. And then everyone was like, yeah, that's a cool idea. Let's do it. But the game almost didn't get made because, like, they couldn't figure out how to do it. That's it. You solved it. Judging by the way you solved that puzzle, there's no doubt you must be the one and only Professor Layton. Of course, from the very start I had a fairly good idea that it was you, Professor. From the very start, you seem to have your doubts, Constable. Well, anyway, feel free to investigate as you wish. But, there's one last thing. Yes? Later, when you've got a free moment, would you mind signing my helmet? Are you sure that's allowed? Come on, Luke. Let's take a look around before the Constable changes his mind. Tell me, Luke, did you notice anything strange when we looked at the car? Anything strange? Well, to be honest, the entire accident is pretty unusual. Well, yes, but if we're to suppose this accident occurred naturally, then there is one particular mark that should not be there. A mark that shouldn't be there? Ah! Professor, the handprint! There's a handprint on the bonnet! Well spotted, Luke. But a handprint of that size is too big to be left by any normal person. Indeed. It almost appeared to have been left by the hand of a giant. That's a bit far-fetched. Luke, let's look around a little more. Isn't there anything in this park that grabs your attention? Well, Professor, I can't see anything strange other than that car. In situations like this, we need to zoom in, Luke. Zoom in? Cases where something is too far away or is hidden behind another object, we can zoom in to see it more clearly. When you see something of interest, use the magnifying glass to look closer. When the magnifying glass turns blue, it means something important is there. By zooming in, we may be able to uncover some new clues. Okay, Professor, I'll zoom in right now. When the magnifying glass turns blue, just touch that area, right? That's right, Luke. Now then, let's give it a try. I forgot that this game, I'm pretty sure it introduced it, because the DS games definitely didn't have sub-screens like this. Certainly, Phoenix Wright didn't. Hey, that statue's hand. It's about the same size as the handprint on the car. Do you think the car hit that hand when it crashed? There is a possibility, of course. However, the handprint on the car is a right handprint, Luke. Right hand? But the statue is holding a spear in its right hand. Which means, that could be where the handprint came from. Quite right, my boy. And it would certainly appear that this is more than a simple traffic accident. I wonder what could have happened. If the handprint was made by the statue, surely the statue couldn't have moved. I'm positive there's some kind of secret behind this, and whatever it may be, we can be certain it's related to the witch that took Isabella. I think so too, Professor. How else could this kind of accident have occurred? If we investigate more closely, perhaps we'll find some clues. No, Luke. First we must head back to see the inspector. Really? But all he seems to say is how unusual it seems. Well, yes. However, there is one more subject around which I'd like to ask him. Oh? What's that? Not what, my boy, but rather who. Who was in the car when it crashed? Ah. I think I see where he's going with this. Go confirm his suspicions. So what do you think? It's no simple accident, is it? I'll bet this one's even surprised the great Professor Layton, hasn't it? Without a doubt, this is no ordinary accident. May I ask how the driver was? What was it seriously, Hort? It's a real jammy dodger, that one. Well, fact, we're about to take him into custody for question. Strictly private, I'm afraid. Inspector Chamley, there's something I would like to know. What's that, then? The driver's name. Was it by any chance Carmine Accidente? Eh? Oh, the devil! Where did you get that information? Well, you could just say a little bird told me. He's something of an unlucky yet lucky type, always getting himself into trouble only to miraculously escape unharmed. An acquaintance of yours, is he? He attended my lectures a few years back, an outstanding student. Was that so? Well, perhaps you should have lectured him on how to stay out of trouble. Well, I'd had an eye on him for some time. He's a bit of a maverick, that detective. Always sniffing out dangerous situations and poking his nose into trouble. Unlucky isn't the half of it. I tell you, I wasn't surprised to find him involved in this ruckus. Professor, that means this must be the incident in which Carmine was attacked. Yes, it would seem so. What's this? Know something I don't, do you? No, nothing at all, Inspector. I was hoping you might just come up with something I could use. Never mind. Now I've got that detective, I might be able to wring something from him. I'd really like to know how such an accident occurred. Inspector, just one question. Is there any evidence to suggest that Carmine was not alone in that car? What's that? Someone else in the car? No, there's nothing to suggest that. Is that so? Well, was there anything else unusual about the accident that you haven't mentioned? Anything else unusual? No, not as far as I'm aware. Wait a minute, we did see those strange people in Halloween costumes. Wait, Layton's a professor, like how Indiana Jones is a history professor in the classroom and everything. I feel still for not realizing that until now. Yeah, it's not really, I mean, to be fair, I think he goes to the university in exactly one game. Like, it's never really shown him at his work. I mean, kind of like how Indiana Jones is never really seen doing like teaching, except like maybe at the beginning of the movie. I can think of maybe one game. I've only actually ever played the first 4 games, so maybe there's more of it in the last 2 on the 3DS. But I think he's only ever appeared in a university one time, and even then it was a flashback. It wasn't even like actually at the university. Because like the intro is usually like this. They start out in London. It's like one chapter of you setting up the plot, and then they go off to like some other location. They're never in London, so he's never at work. Oi, Bon! Like I said before, I'll do the talking. Yes, Inspector. Sorry, Inspector. It's people in Halloween costumes. Can you tell me anything about them? Certainly persistent, Layton. To be honest with you, I don't think they had anything to do with it. We saw a group of them loitering around Tower Bridge. I decided to question him. When I took my eyes off him for a second, they just disappeared. I wonder what in the blazes they were up to, wandering around dressed like that. When precisely was this? Just a moment ago, about the same time you went to the park. Halloween costumes? Professor, could it be? I see what you mean. It seems we may have a lead. Thank you for your help, Inspector. Now hold on. Just what's this all about? Well, we seem to have come to the right place, all right. Yes, it would appear the witches attacked Espella and Carmina in the park. All coming after Espella and abducting her from my office. Following that, they must have made their way here from there to Tower Bridge. We'll still be able to catch up with them if we hurry. Let's go. We see some of Indy's University in the first, third, fourth, and fifth movies. Oh, okay, yeah, there's a lot more than I thought. It's been a while since I've watched Indiana Jones. I love, like, the first and third. I thought 4 was alright. I didn't really like 2, and I still haven't seen the newest one. The professor's former student, Carmina Accidente, who gave Espella a letter for the professor, was involved in a car crash while they were being pursued by witches. What was he investigating in Labyrinthia? The news of Carmine's accident came as a shock, but at least he survived. I would like to have discussed things with him. Let's see if we can find any evidence of the witches here. There's no one here. This is puzzling. I'd normally expect to see more people here at this time. It must be the bad weather. I guess no one wants to go out in this. Yeah, honestly, after what we've seen, it seems pretty dangerous in this storm. That could be it. Although I'm also sensing something of a peculiar presence in the air. Eh? Professor? Don't... Whoa! That made me jump. Luke, over here. That's not weird. That's perfectly normal. I mean, do we know what time of year it is? Maybe it's close to Halloween. Yikes! What was that? I bet it was one of them. Professor, let's follow it. Just a moment, Luke. There's something we should review before we go running off. The method of entering a building is a little different to that of a regular movement. Sometimes, when moving the magnifying glass during investigation mode, the cursor will change to a yellow arrow. This indicates a mean of direct entry. You can also enter while in movement mode. Simply touch enter to do so. Touch the yellow arrow in investigation mode, or enter in movement mode, right? That's it, my boy. Try not to forget. Alright then, let's make haste. Alright, let's go into the tunnel. Chase that weird guy in a cloak. I'm sure nothing bad will happen to these two. I mean, it's London. When has anything bad ever happened in London? In the middle of the night. Alone. In a dark tunnel. What the? That thing just disappeared into thin air? Well, I certainly don't feel that same presence I did just a moment ago. Hey, Professor, what's that? Wait, isn't that... Professor, it's Espella's cloak. Yes, it certainly looks like the cloak she was wearing. Espella, where could she have gone? Luke, take a look at that. On the wall there, just next to the cloak. Eh? Hey, there's some kind of mysterious pattern engraved there. Indeed. I believe this may demand closer investigation. What do you think this pattern is all about? Well, I can say it's a pattern I've never seen before. I wonder what a mark like this could be doing here. Wait a second. That figure disappeared right around here, didn't it? That's right. Not to mention Espella's cloak is lying right here in front of this wall. Without doubt, there must be some kind of clue as to Espella's whereabouts. Let's check it out. Wait. Can you hear something? Nice job, kid. You broke the bridge. Professor, the only way to fix it is with a puzzle, of course. Sudden shifting is dislodged a number of bricks from the wall. Drag the blocks along the wall and arrange them so that the design on the wall is properly displayed. See, if this was like a DS Professor Layton, all of this would be on the bottom screen, but of course they had to put it on the top because everything's got to be 3D. So unfortunately there's like a weird amount of... Oh, okay. A weird amount of like these puzzles that you'd think would be, you know, solved with the stylus, but apparently not this one. Oh, can I rotate them? Did it say I can rotate them? I don't think it did it? I assumed I knew the controls. Apparently it didn't. No, okay. Well, okay, I didn't want to put it there. I'm trying to look at where it goes. There's not really a lot of places it can go. Oh, I know. I think I know where I need to put it. Maybe? No, I'm supposed to be able to rotate this. No? How the fuck do we rotate that? Whatever. I'll come back to that one. Obviously, this one goes down here, so let's get it out of the way. Because this place is kind of cluttered. You can't move them through each other. No, this goes over here. Oh, you know what? Well, no, I already tried it up here, though. This does not go here. This one looks like it goes here, though. Like all of the Indiana Jones films, ranking is 3, 2, 1, 5, 4, with Crystal Skull being quite far behind from the rest. Okay. I heard mixed things about 5, but I heard a lot of people liked it more than Crystal Skull. So I'm curious to check it out. I believe it's on Disney Plus, so I'll have to definitely take a look at one of these days. I kept meaning to, but like I forgot about it, and then ended up like watching. Every time I think about watching something, I forget about it, and then end up watching something else. Okay, I want to get... I'm just going to put this over here for now. Actually, does this go down here? It looks like it should go down here. Yeah. Let's get some of the obvious ones so we have room to work with. Oh, there's only one spot this can go. Okay, did I not try it up here? Maybe I didn't. Maybe I was like a square off or something. Whatever. I mean, that said, this game looks really good with the stereoscopy on. Unfortunately, of course, I can't really...
The joy of solving puzzles.
There's no way I can translate that to stream, sadly. That'd be pretty cool if you could. Powerful tremor begins to resonate from the wall.
Look, Professor! The wall!
What's this now?
Now just remember, it's still not magic. That's what the professor said, and the professor is always right.
Ouch, ouch, ouch!
And definitely never wrong.
Are you all right, Luke?
Yes.
is this place?
What's a place like this doing behind the wall?
It appears to have been here for some time.
I wonder who could have made this place and why. It's so dark, I can barely see. Hespella! Professor, we've got to search for Hespella.
Indeed, she could be here somewhere. Although...
So, could that witch?
Precisely. We should proceed with caution.
Okay.
Alright, what we got here? Oh! Well, there we go. We found her. She's right there. Ah! Professor! Over here! What's this? Quickly! Let's get her on her feet! Of course. Everything. No, that's fine. She's in trouble, but we can solve a puzzle to do it. It's okay. Spella's hands have been tightly tied behind her back. Quickly, untie her. Which rope will not result in a knot when both ends of the rope are pulled at the same time? It's like we only get one shot at this. It's not like we could just, I don't know, cut the rope? I don't know, try it again? I love the logic that they jump to get, like, to make you solve a puzzle. Wait, it's almost, it's like we're predicting what the rope is tied like. Like, we don't, the rope's already been tied. It's not like me picking A or B is gonna change the outcome here. But let's see, so there's a trick to these and I forget what it is to know like if the over or under is the right way. But I think if the left rope here, the one that's like the end is on the left side, so I'm gonna call that the left rope. If it was over and we pulled on it, like we pulled, I'm guessing we're pulling like straight up, that should do it, because the other way, if it was underneath, then I would just pull the other rope with it. Right? Like that's gotta be it, right? B? What's your reasoning for B, Jack? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're right. What about B looks correct to you? Because I mean I could be wrong here. I'm just trying to see, like, because the rope's wrapped around. If the right rope was over top. No, you're right. Yeah, actually that is correct. Because if we pull up, then we could pull the B rope straight away. Because then it's not actually tied. It's just overlapped. You're right. That's probably it. All right, we'll go with B. I mean, worst comes to worst, it just affects our score. It's not like we're in the court and we're going to get a penalty for this. Go for B. Yeah, B is the rope stay on top. Excellent. Man, I was about to do it wrong.
The joy of solving puzzles.
Imagine me getting it wrong after saying how this was one of the easier Layton games. You did it! Spell is free. Just what exactly occurred here? Whoever tied her up did such a bad job at tying her up, they didn't even tie her up. They just looped the rope around her. Spella, are you alright?
Mr. Layton, it's really you. Mr. Layton, you really did come and rescue me.
Of course. As I've said, it's the duty of every gentleman to save a lady in trouble.
Thank you, Mr. Layton. It's my duty too as an apprentice gentleman. Professor, I think they're coming back.
I don't sense any immediate danger. But be sure to stay on your guard, Luke.
Right. Let's hurry up and leave this place. There's no escaping them. Eh? Kamine tried many times to lead me away from the witches. But as you've seen, we're unable to escape them for long. Uh-oh. What should we do, Professor?
They heard us discussing the puzzle. And they came back to look for Spella.
Oh no!
That figure from before.
Professor, I can hear something. It's coming from the end of the corridor.
What's this about being a gem? I thought I was done with the ARR Guild of Brand quests. Not see.
As I thought.
I feel like if Layton met Hildebrand, he would be absolutely insulted by Hildebrand's usage of the word gentleman. Hildebrand gives gentleman like Layton a bad rep.
Mr. Layton, if we stay here, they'll find us.
This is bad, Professor.
Layton is like
Getting closer and
Hildebrand if
closer.
he actually paid attention in school and studied.
Please, at least save yourselves.
Don't worry, there may be a way out of this. I have an idea. Please, leave this to me.
All right.
There's not much time, so listen carefully.
Layton is Hildebrand without the ADHD. Yeah, that's like a perfect description for him.
Professor, they're nearly here, and there are lots of them.
Okay, we should all be set. Let's get going, Luke. So what was your big plan, Professor? Did you not expect the boat? Was that not part of your plan? Where did he get the stilts from? Oh, he did anticipate the boat. He anticipated the boat so hard, he knew exactly where the cape would fly. That's just the kind of man Professor Layton is.
Enjoy playing silly little tricks.
Well, it seems you underestimated us.
You didn't think we'd just give ourselves up, did you?
So tell me, just who are you, witches? And why are you so determined to capture Espella?
Fools. It's yourselves you should be more concerned about. Do you have any idea of what it means to involve yourself with that girl? It would seem not.
What do you mean?
The pair of you have unknowingly walked right into the middle of the story.
The middle of the story?
Wow, these guys don't even start at the beginning. Fucking story
You'll
skippers.
soon see what I mean.
Not
With
very
your
gentlemanly of them.
eyes.
Professor! She just disappeared!
I wonder what she could have meant by that.
I don't know, but I have a bad feeling about all of this. Do you think she's just trying to scare us because she lost?
At any rate, we should try to reach Espella. I know where that ship was heading. Let's head to the port and meet Espella when she arrives.
Right, and then we can give her back this book. Huh? Professor! The book! It's...
The book knew that they skipped the story, and now they're paying the price.
Isn't this us, Professor?
Surely not.
No, remember, magic doesn't exist. Nothing weird here. Hear the Gmod ragdoll sounds the pages turned? It did kind of sound like that. It would be pretty funny if it actually was, though. I could kind of see how someone could modify the sound effect to sound like page turning.
Who's there? Is somebody there? Oh, it's probably nothing, but... Hey! What are you doing?
Wow, I can't believe she murdered that guy.
Oh!
Dude, what the fuck is Spello? We worked so hard to help you, and now you just go off and murder someone. That's not cool. Can't believe she done this. Now for the other half of the prologue. Ugh, I'm feeling queasy.
Come on, Nick. It's just like I said.
Oh, Maya, what do you mean?
Such a worrywart. I knew you'd get all jittery before the trial.
It's not like that. It's just, I didn't expect to have to stand in a foreign court.
Yeah, we don't know much about the court system here.
The Legal League of Attorneys would like this to be an exemplary case.
So that'd make you an exemplary attorney. I hope you don't infect any British lawyers with your nervous attitude.
You're making it sound like I'm a virus or something. I mean, you were wearing a mask earlier. You sure you're not infected? My name is Phoenix Wright. I'm a defense attorney. And this is Maya Fey. My, assistant, of sorts.
Of sorts?
I guess I should explain why she's dressed up like that. But it's a long story, and we don't have the time. We've come to England on the Legal League of Attorneys exchange. I'm acting as a representative of the American Legal League.
You know, they probably sent you because you don't ever seem to be busy.
We weren't supposed to stand in court, so we thought it'd be like a vacation. But here we are. As usual, we've been dragged into a strange case.
Hey, Nick. So what do you suppose this trial's all about? What if it was this? Look, check out today's paper. Elusive jewel thieves at large in London. Scotland Yard on red alert.
Wouldn't that be cool? How many times does Maya get accused of murder in this game? I believe actually 0. But that doesn't mean that something doesn't happen to her. I don't remember the details too much, but I do remember, yes, it's not a Phoenix Wright game if she doesn't get accused of something. Maya, don't get your hopes up. We're here on an exchange. Should be a simple textbook trial.
Really?
London's a big city. What are the odds of us getting a case like that?
Well, that's boring.
Sorry to have kept you waiting. How do you do? I am Miss Darklaw, teacher at the Alcott School for Young Women. Isabella, this man is your defense lawyer. Pleased to meet you.
She seems like a perfectly fine girl. Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. Pleased to meet you. I'm Phoenix Wright, your attorney. Pleased to meet you. change the badges because I have the no volume one doesn't make sense anymore. Yeah, I've been wondering that for a while now. It's like, you've had that, I think you've had that on for like the past week or so. And yet, you definitely can hear me. What's with this girl? Can't she hear me? Is this girl the defendant in today's case?
That is correct. She's the pupil I'd like you to represent. She's pleading guilty, so there's not much you need to do.
Oh, well that makes it easy. Pleading guilty?
I suggest you accept the punishment proposed by the prosecution.
What? What kind of request is that?
Isabella? What are you accused of? Have you not received the case materials?
No, we haven't, and we weren't told anything.
My. Forgive me for this oversight. Here, this is the case file.
Attorney, defendant. The court hearing will begin now. Please proceed to the courtroom.
Well then, I entrust Isabella to you.
That's... Wait, what? No way. I didn't even have the time to look through the case file.
Isabella, please be a good girl and don't cause any trouble.
Did she just mumble something?
I'm not a witch.
I don't think anyone was even asking if you were. Isabella? What did you just say? Chop chop, defense. Let's all keep everyone waiting. And so, another trial begins. And as always, I've got no idea what's going to happen.
All right. Let's do it, Nick.
The court is now in session for the trial of Isabella Cantabella.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
How about the defense? Are you ready?
Yes. Well, I guess you could call it ready, Your Honor.
Totally ready.
I hear
As
it's your
always.
first appearance in a British court.
Phoenix Wright is ready for every single trial and definitely does not come unprepared.
Well, yes, that's right.
The Legal League of Attorneys Exchange, was it? Sounds like fun. Hope you're enjoying the sights. You can take it easy today. Don't worry, Prosecutor Flinch will take care of everything.
Oh, thanks, Flinch.
He's treating
Glad
us
you're
like
here.
amateurs, Nick.
Oh boy, this looks bad. Can I really defend this girl?
She looks pretty out of it. You sure she's not, like, on anything? It's probably not a good place to be. I mean, I don't think you should be, like, high when you're in a court trial.
Ah, I see. Well, since this is your first case here, I will ask you a few simple questions to make sure we're all on the same page.
Oh, yes, that's fine by me. Dang, time to sink or swim.
Answer my questions then, Mr. Wright. What is the name of the defendant?
Man, that's a hard one. I don't know, maybe this one? That would be Isabella Cantabella, Your Honor.
That is correct.
Yeah, that's the first hurdle.
I see you're terribly proud of yourself for answering that basic question.
Let's move on to the next question. What is the nature of the offense?
What crime is Isabella accused of? You know, Isabella seems like such a timid girl. You think it's something minor, like shoplifting? Maybe. I wouldn't call it minor, though. Can't be anything major like that large-scale jewel theft.
Please answer the question. Can you name the 2 offenses?
Did he just say 2? I don't think we've ever had to do a trial with 2 offenses. Nick, think. What other petty offense could it be? I don't know. I'm clueless about this case. We weren't told anything about it at all.
My. Could it be that our esteemed visitor left his common sense back home? All the evidence is in the court record. You haven't forgotten that, have you?
That's it. The court record. Right. That's what you always refer to. The court record. Touch the court record icon to view it at any time. Yeah, it just slipped my mind. It must be the nerves. Hey, you know, new country, new case. What we got here? Police records. Suspect, Espella Cantabella. Charges, theft and assault. Note, inflicted light injuries. Okay. Medical report. Light injury. Laceration to the back of the head. I don't know if I'd call that a light injury, but alright. Hit with a long, blunt object. Maybe we'll go like this. I don't know. What do you guys think is better? Do you want, like, the top screen, or do you want, like, both screens? Because I feel like the top screen's where most stuff's gonna be. But I've never really had to think about this, because we haven't had to use 2 screens for a Phoenix Wright game up to this point. Okay, let's check it now. Touch the court record. Court record holds all the evidence from this case. I better take a look. Top for the most part? Yeah, I figured top probably be best. Well, leave it like that unless we need to do something crazy. I can't remember if this game did any, like, object investigation like that one case in the first game, which I think is also present in Apollo Justice. I don't remember if this one had stuff like that.
Right. Defense, you've had enough time to ponder my question. What is Mr. Cantabella accused of?
It was theft and assault. Well, according to the case outline, it was theft and assault.
Indeed, but disgusting crimes. Is that correct, defendant?
Yes. No kidding. She doesn't look like a violent girl, at least. At least not to me. Some things change between countries, some things stay the exact same. Yeah, like the judge is I mean, maybe if we have some time to ask him later, I'll have to see if he perhaps has a American relative. Also that Flinch guy, too. I wonder if he has any American relatives.
Now that that's settled, Prosecutor Flinch, please briefly outline the case for the court. Yes, Your Honor. The incident took place on a small freighter moored at a harbor on the River Thames. The freighter was carrying goods away from London. The defendant illegally boarded the ship and tried to steal some of its cargo. But she was discovered by a crew member and captured by the ship's security guard.
So she was caught red-handed.
But she violently resisted when found by the crew member.
Violently resisted?
Indeed, she picked up a steel pipe and hit the crew member on the head.
Sounds pretty vicious. So that's the assault she's accused of?
And what did the defendant attempt to steal from the freighter? A stuffed toy, Your Honor. It's the Metropolitan Police mascot, PC Badger.
Oh, Nick, I want one.
I see that mascot made a career for itself in England. Who would have thought? Wait, is that copyright infringement? They stole that from a different police department.
Well, I think we all have a clear picture for the incident now. The prosecution may begin. The prosecution calls its first witness. Please bring him in.
There's something fishy about this trial. And there's something even fishier about my client. There's an ounce of expression on her face. I better keep my eyes wide open.
Witness, state your name and profession.
I like this witness with the sunglasses.
A ship is always at risk at every hour, minute, and second. That's where I come in. I am a peacekeeper, the one and only guardian to an otherwise defenseless ship. The name Smiles. Johnny Smiles, Security Guard Supreme.
You know, we know a security guard, although this guy seems a little more confident at his job.
Yes. According to the police report, the witness was patrolling the freighter on the night of the crime.
Yeah, I was patrolling the freighter, and my expertly trained eyes leave nothing unseen. I'll go blind if he keeps smiling like that.
Very well, Mr. Smiles. We'd like to hear your testimony. Describe what happened during your night patrol.
Yes, sir. Johnny Smiles will reveal all. I heard that one before. Patrolling on the night of the crime. That night, I was on patrol as usual. ZZZO. My keen ears latched onto some suspicious noises coming from the cargo hold. I sprinted at full speed to the cargo hold, but I was too late to stop the blow. The next moment, I captured the criminal. Expertly. Within seconds, I had established there was nothing out of order at the crime scene.
And so? The woman you arrested was?
It was the defendant, Isabella Cantabella, sir.
And as per standard patrolling procedure, all lights were on and you saw her clearly. Is that correct, Mr. Smiles?
Yes, sir. I'm an expert after all. Lying through his teeth, eh? I see where we're going. Huh? It's just me, or did he hesitate before saying that?
The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Yes, sir. I'm starting to talk like that guy.
Let's see how how skilled our visiting barrister is. Yes. By the way, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
Our cross-examination procedure should be the same as anywhere else. But just in case, would you like to have it explained to you?
Cross-examination procedure. Should I ask for an explanation? Wait, we can skip this tutorial? So they're like, alright, no, everyone's gonna learn how to play as Professor Layton. But to play as Phoenix Wright, maybe they already know how to do that. No thank you, I'm fine. Press the witness on all suspicious statements to gather information. And when there's a contradiction, I present evidence. Just like I always do.
Okay, let's do it, Nick. The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Alright. Let's break this guy apart. Alright, this game uses the Phoenix Wright 1 system. I forgot about that. Not the meter system.
Hold it!
Slightly different interjection voices, though. I guess probably to match the voice actors. What's ZZZO? Ah, that's right. It's not something you'd know, not being a security professional. That's our special jargon. It's how we talk about the time in our trade. Let me get this straight, Mr. Professional. You're using letters to tell the time. See, ZZO stands for 2220, which is 10:20 p.m. Right. So 10:20 p.m.? That's very accurate. How can you be so sure about the time? Well, that's when the TV show I always watch in the security room ends.
TV show. I'm meant to do the rounds at 10 p.m., but for a pro like me, it's just a guideline. Right, of course, yeah. No. Professionals, they don't need to follow the rules. That doesn't sound very professional. Anyway, I was patrolling the ship like I do every night. Your Honor, may I? What is it, Prosecutor Flinch? I would like to get to the event straight while referring to this crime scene photo. Whoa, it's in color! Holy shit, Britain's got like the best technology. Man, those Americans and their black and white photographs. Britain is so far ahead. The defendant and crew member were fighting in the back of the cargo hold, is that correct? Yes, sir. They were fighting right under that emergency light. Some items are spilling out of the broken crate. Indeed, that crate was broken by the defendant with a steel pipe. Incidentally, the items we can see spilling out are stuffed toys depicting London's own police mascot, PC Badger. I see. The crime scene photo should be added to the court record. A photo of the cargo hold. Touch details to see more. The witness may now continue his testimony.
Hold it!
And when you heard these noises, you immediately found them suspicious? Falling pipe on MP4, oh my god. But see, she didn't drop the pipe. We have no evidence that she dropped the pipe. So how did this guy hear her smack the victim over the head with it, hmm? Something's a little suspicious. What if he did it? That's right. An expert of my caliber can always tell when a noise is suspicious. When my smiley sense starts tingling, it means there's a crime taking place. So, can you tell us more about the noises you heard? It was... That's right, the sound of two women fighting. Naturally, I sprang into action. And when I arrived at the crime scene, in the blink of an eye. In other words, you went to the cargo hold because you heard strange noises. Is that correct? Yes, that's about it. I'm back to where I started. Who is the victim? Well, see, that's the thing about this case. Technically, no one is... Well, okay, there's no one's dead. No one's dead. But you're right. Who is the victim? Do we know who the victim is? No, we don't. We don't even know the victim. It's not even in the court record. The fuck is this case? Set us up for failure. Can't believe this. The blow? The defendant, Miss Cantabella, hit the crew member with a steel pipe, didn't she? Yes, that's right. As I opened the door to the cargo hold, the defendant struck the victim's head. Had I arrived a second earlier, I would have gladly stopped the blow with my own head. That doesn't seem like a good idea, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. I don't think a second would have made much of a difference. Don't take this expert too seriously, Maya. The witness saw the defendant deal the blow, is that correct? Yes, sir. I expertly witnessed the crime with my very own sparkling eyes. Is that so? I see.
Hold it!
And you claim the assailant was the defendant, Ms. Cantabella? Precisely. Naturally, she abandoned all hope, seeing a security pro like myself join the scene. She dropped that steel pipe she was holding to the floor with a clank.
I see. I see. That's why a guilty person would do that in that situation?
Exactly, Your Honor.
There is no need to continue this cross-examination.
Ugh.
Hold it!
Are you sure you didn't notice anything unusual about the cargo hold? Not a thing, well, aside from the defendant swinging that pipe around. Could someone else have been hiding in that room?
A security guard patrolling the freighter is responsible for checking every corner. He would have spotted an intruder right away. Isn't that so, witness? Yes. I can carry my trusty pocket torch for precisely such a task. I'd have noticed anything suspicious in an instant.
What is it, Maya?
I was just looking at the evidence in the court record, and I get the feeling there's something funny about this testimony.
You're saying that there's a contradiction. So that's all he has to say.
Well, Nick, what do you think?
We managed to get our hands on some new evidence, but pressing alone can only get us so far.
Yeah. That means it's time to present evidence to the court.
Present evidence.
Compare what the witness is saying with the evidence in the court record. Sometimes they won't match up, and that means they're not telling the whole truth.
Great. Thanks, Maya.
Come on, you're making it look as if I'm the attorney here. Touch the court record icon to compare the evidence and the testimony.
You present the evidence that contradicts the testimony.
Okay then, let's try that.
Spella may be saying she's guilty, but it doesn't mean this witness is telling us the whole truth. I need to uncover the truth by myself. Alright, should be able to save here, I think. Good, just like any good Phoenix Wright game, we can save during the case. Now what's kind of interesting about this game is you can actually use the hint coins you find during the trial to get hints. But I'll try and refrain from using them too much. I want to go for a good score here once we finish. Okay, established there was nothing out of order at the crime scene. Let's take a look at the court record here. Especially this photo that was added. I bet this is important. Nothing out of the ordinary. So we can actually inspect the photo. I mean, the broken crate's pretty out of the ordinary. There's also shoes here which are very much out of the ordinary. I would say this is very out of the ordinary, and I think we should present it.
Objection!
Not quite as much oomph in that objection there, Phoenix. You kind of lost your touch. What happened? Little jet lag from the flight? You're saying that there was nothing out of order in the cargo hold. Well, that's a bit funny. Huh? The point is, one of the crates in the cargo hold appears to have been tampered with.
Objection!
Ah, that. The defendant must have smashed it. With the pipe. Nothing odd about it.
Please take a look at the crime scene photo. There's this broken crate where the fight took place, but also there's another crate here that seems kind of strange, don't you think? This crate, sitting quite a distance away from where the fight took place, appears to have been forced open. Isn't this the sort of thing a security guard should immediately notice? You testified that you established there was nothing out of order at the crime scene. So how come you didn't notice something so obvious?
Order! Order! That's certainly a serious oversight. Particularly for someone claiming to be an expert. Whether the witness is an expert or not, there's no relevance to this case. What matters is that he saw the defendant hit the victim with a steel pipe.
Hold it!
What you just said, I'm afraid I can't let that slide.
Excuse me?
I am an expert guard, focused,
thorough, precise, a true professional. To prove it, I will testify once more. You're all dying to know why I ignored that one crate, huh? What? Very well. The witness shall continue his testimony. What excuse do you think you'll come up with, Nick? Who knows? I've got a bad feeling about this, though. What did he actually see? Nick looks kind of weird to me. I think it's just like, I mean, at least for me, maybe it's just because we, at least on stream anyways, so used to seeing him in 2D. We're just gonna have to get used to seeing him in 3D though, because like, aside from one more game, every game's gonna be 3D from here on out. At least the ones that involve Phoenix. How does he keep getting that hat back though? I mean, I'm sure there's probably a bailiff around that doesn't like him throwing the hat all the time. He's probably getting really sick and tired of having to pick it up constantly. It's only natural that I missed the other crate. The lights in the cargo hold weren't on. Didn't he, like, testify to the opposite? But of course, I had this. A guard's best friend is his trusty pocket torch. The emergency light was on, mind, so it wasn't dark, so dark I couldn't see. I saw that girl standing right in front of the crew member as she attacked. And there was no one else in that room. You have Johnny's word for it. Another contradiction? Yeah, it's time for another contradiction. I thought you were here for some of the Phoenix Wright streams. Wait a moment. The security company claims that the lights were on during the patrol. Yes. Yes. That's the official procedure, you see. But those light controls can be such a pain in the... Wait, no, that's not it. I mean... The truth is, an expert like me doesn't need those lights to do his work. Not when I've got this. The focus beam of my trusty torch cuts through darkness like a laser. The witness will refrain from pointing the torch in this direction. Justice may be blind, but I'd rather not be. Oops, sorry, Your Honor. This trusty torch shall be added to the court record as evidence. Security guard Smiles always uses it on patrols, covered in chocolate fingerprints. Ew, what is that? What is it, Your Honor? This pocket torch is covered in something sticky. Ah. It seems my sweet little buddy's been up to some mischief. Sweet little buddy? Do you mean your chocolate? Johnny left sticky fingerprints all over his flashlight. Ugh, don't look at me. I'm not touching it. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Why is the torch being handled by the judge? It's normal for, like, everyone to pick up and touch the evidence. Don't think too hard about it. It's perfectly normal for everyone in court to touch every piece of evidence and examine it personally. That's how you know the evidence is good. You don't want rotten evidence. Gotta make sure it's fresh.
Hold it!
According to the rules, the lights have to be on, is that right? Don't spread the news, but between you and me, I'm not very good with the light controls on that ship. Even a security expert like me has their flaws, you know. So he just neglected his duty. Did you say before that you're focused, thorough, and precise? A true professional? Yes, that's true, of course. Always focused, thorough, and precise. Except when I'm cutting the odd corner. I aim to be a well-balanced professional, you know. Can't be too perfect, after all. Yes. Even Flinch looks unsure of how to handle this guy.
Hold it!
A guard's best friend. You mean that flashlight? Flashlight? It's a pocket torch. Ever watch crime dramas? Torchlit night patrols and all that? I've always thought it looked so cool. In fact, that's why I became a security guard. Really? That's a unique reason. By the way, what about the chocolate smudges on the flashlight, torch? A well-prepared guard has a torch in his right hand and a chocolate bar in the left. It's like an emergency ration. I'm so hot on security issues that it tends to melt. So the flashlight is covered in fingerprints from his sticky right hand. So he had the flashlight in his right hand. Alright, that might be important. It contaminates it so bad. It's already covered in chocolate. How much worse could it get? The regenerate chocolate. Nah, he just keeps like a whole stack of them at the witness stand. Like he probably walked in with like a box of chocolate bars. An emergency light. The defendant and the crew member fought under that emergency light. Ah, yes, there it is, in the back of the room. Yes, sir. The cargo hold was faintly lit up by that little red light there. But the regular lights are on in this picture. Well, yeah. I switched them on before the police came. What? I didn't want to risk my bright career over my slightly different take on the rules. This guy. So he tampered with the crime scene then, instead. Okay. After all, I'm an expert. It's all in the details. You're an expert, all right. An expert in bending the rules.
Hold it!
And you saw that clearly. Yes, I got there, opened the door, and then bam! That's when it happened. I felt it in my shades. They spoke to me. Johnny, you're looking at a crime here. Ugh. Huh? Wait a second. You were wearing sunglasses? Yeah. What's a security guard without a pair of shades? These babies are a part of me. They just came down automatically. Witness, you were patrolling the freighter with sunglasses on? Of course I was. Whatever I do it with style. Is a bit of vanity a crime? Don't you wear your specs for the same reason? Vanity? I wear them because I'm short-sighted, I'll have you know. You've got that right, Flinch. So Johnny had sunglasses on in a dimly lit room. Do you think he actually managed to see anything? Nick, check the court record. There might be a contradiction in Johnny's testimony. Yeah, good idea. So there might be a contradiction, huh? Witness, continue your testimony. I still want to know who the victim is. I'm shocked we don't know who the victim is. I didn't even realize that we weren't introduced to the victim. Usually in a Phoenix Wright case, you get to know the victim. Usually because they're dead. Maybe it's because this guy's not dead. Actually, that's a good point. I don't think there's been a case where the victim is not dead, but appeared in the court record. No, yes, technically there was. Because even when we did the theft case in Game 3, Phoenix and Maya were in the court record. So, yeah. Even then, the victim is in the court record. I don't know what they're doing here in Britain, but it's certainly not how the American court works.
Hold it!
However, you didn't notice the other crate. This one here. How can you prove there wasn't someone hiding in that box? Not a possibility, I'm afraid. Huh? That wharf is fitted with CCTV cameras. The recordings from that night have already been examined. Not a single person was seen leaving the ship. If there are security cameras monitoring the ship, Then why do they bother keeping Johnny around, Nick? Whoa, whoa. Not so loud, Maya.
So there was no other intruders?
Yes, sir. That's right. And he's making me want chocolate now. Oh man, some guard he is. The prosecutor could have at least checked if the lights were on or not. Yeah. You know, maybe this hasn't been all that properly investigated. You think so? In any case, some things the guard said are kinda strange. Let's see what he says when I show him some evidence. Johnny smiles? Nah, he's not the victim. I mean, he's the witness. He couldn't be the victim. I don't think he actually is. I doubt it, because, like, he saw two people fight, so... I don't think he could have seen himself fight from, like, a third-person perspective. That'd be weird. Alright, what do we got here? Only natural I missed the other crate. Lights in the cargo hold weren't on. Okay. Of course, I had this, the guard's best friend, pocket torch. Emergency light was on, so it wasn't so dark I couldn't see. So that girl stand right in front of the crew member as she attacked. And there's no one else in that room, you have Johnny's word for it. This one seems the most suspicious. Do we have any way to see if there's like someone else in this room? Because there's only one pair of shoes. So we can assume that might have belonged to the victim. We have no idea what's in this crate. That's in the foreground. Light looks intact, so I don't think that's the trick here. Oh, wait, hang on. Stand right in front of the crew member as she attacked.
Objection!
You're sure the defendant was standing right in front of the crew member? Absolutely. They were facing each other the entire time. Well, that's weird, because it clearly contradicts this evidence.
What? What do you mean?
According to the victim's medical report, the blow was dealt to the back of the head. The back of the head. Do you understand now? If they were facing each other, there's no way the victim could have been hit from behind. Yes, sir.
Witness, can you offer an explanation for this contradiction?
Yes, explain yourself. It's the first I'm hearing of this. Yes, sir. It's strange, isn't it? I'm totally sure they were fighting face to face. I'd swear there's melting chocolate bar on it. Doesn't look like he's lying, but then... Hey, Nick, look at me. What the fuck? Where did you... Why? What are you doing, Maya? I was just checking if I could hit the back of your head while you were facing me. It doesn't seem doable, especially for someone as vertically challenged as me. How about you keep your dangerous little experiments inside that head of yours, Maya? Kinda like living, thanks. At least we've learned a couple of important things. First, that this witness is unreliable, and second, that the prosecution didn't investigate this case properly. If my gut feeling is right, there's much more to this case than meets the eye. Now's my chance. What should I do? Your Honor, the defense asserts, once more, that the defendant, Espella Cantabella, is innocent.
What? This is foolishness.
That seems to be a common phrase in Europe.
Just who do you think you are, anyway? What's in here? With your ridiculous assumptions. Balderdash, I say. That's not how it was supposed to be.
What did he just say? Not how it was supposed to be.
In light of this new development, the court's opinion is that the defendant is in no way cleared of suspicion. However, the witness's testimony has been proven unreliable.
That's more like it. Looks like I'm starting to win over the judge.
Objection!
Oh, you were questioning his name. Yeah, that's his name. It's because he smiles. I mean, didn't your parents name you after something that you do a lot? Or would do in your future? Like, this guy's named Flinch. Look how much he's flinching.
Don't forget that the defendant admits all charges. Surely her guilt is beyond doubt.
Objection!
The defendant is just a schoolgirl. You can't go on her confession alone. So far, we have established only one thing. That Mr. Smiles is neither an expert nor even a reliable witness.
Hold it!
In my long 6-month career as a security guard, never have my professionalism and expertise been questioned. Since 6 months barely past the probation period, you're saying Goldilocks there is innocent. In other words, that she didn't assault anyone. And that she didn't steal this toy. Isn't that so, Mr. Lawyer? Yes, at least. We have yet to see any proof that she tried to steal it. I got you there. Huh? What? It got me how? I have a decisive piece of evidence. Was it under your hat or your glasses? The proof that the girl was trying to kidnap PC Badger. What? You do? Even Flinch is shocked. When I seized that girl at the crime scene, she was clasping this in her hand. She didn't even seem to notice.
And what would that be?
It would appear to be PC Badger's tag, Your Honor.
Now that you mention it, this mascot does have some sort of an ill-fitting tag attached. What's this engraved on the tag? Is that an address?
Oh? You mean there's an address written on there?
It would appear to be Scotland Yard's and their telephone number. It is Scotland Yard's mascot, after all.
This tag, it's been ripped from one of the PC Badger toys. Yes, sir. Suspect was caught in the act of nicking this very toy. Tag was ripped off during the fight. What? Then this tag is... What we have here is the decisive evidence that she is trying to steal the cargo. No way! I wasn't expecting evidence like that.
Witness, I was never informed of such evidence. If you had this in your possession, why didn't you hand it in to the police?
Sorry, Mr. Prosecutor. I am an expert at what I do. And my expert advice to myself was I'd better keep this as my secret weapon. So I waited for the right moment to single-handedly settle this trial. Looks like Flinch and I are both in uncharted waters now.
This tag is vital evidence. It will be added to the court record.
Tag torn from PC Badger. Spella was clasping it in her hand when seized by Smiles.
Defense. Mr. Wright, was it?
Yes, Prosecutor Flinch?
Your appearance in this court was a very hastily decided affair.
That's true. That call from the Attorneys Association came out of nowhere.
Perhaps, in all confusion, the request from your client escaped your attention? Were you not instructed to accept the sentence proposed by the prosecution?
Come to think of it, Miss Darklaw did say something about that before the trial. She's pleading guilty, so there's not much you need to do. I suggest you accept the punishment proposed by the prosecution. It was a suggestion, not a command, okay? There's a difference. I don't have to follow it.
That's what you were asked to do. You have convinced us all of your skills, so your good name will not suffer.
Darklaw, she's such a villain. She's not a villain, she's a defense attorney. We all know defense attorneys are heroes, okay? How could she be the villain?
Why not simply admit the defendant is guilty and call it a day, hmm? What do you have to say to that, Mr. Wright? Depending on your stance on this matter, the court may now pass the verdict.
My stance? That's something I don't need to think twice about. Continue trial or end trial? The defense requests that the trial continue.
What?
The defense stands by its assertion that Isabella Cantabella is not guilty.
Very well, Mr. Wright. If that's your desire, then I, too, have a request to make. Your Honor. Yes, Prosecutor Flinch. The prosecution calls it second witness.
Second witness? Hey, wait a second. What about me? Come on, guys. Don't forget about Johnny. Let me start over from the top. No detail omitted.
I suggest you leave the witness stand and go back to witnessing your crimes on television.
Yes. Yes, sir.
I believe a break is in order. The court will now adjourn for a 15-minute break. Mr. Finch, prepare your witness. Is that understood?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense has no objections. Looks like Flinch finally got serious about this case. And that means the real game starts now. Well, it's certainly not the shortest tutorial case we've had to do. I love the remixed Ace Attorney music in this one. I think all of it's just remixes of the first game's music, which by this point would have been probably the most popular soundtrack. Phew, glad the first part's over. That witness was quite a character. I bet he'd love to be one in a crime drama. He'd end up making it a comedy, though. I'd hate if poor Isabella was found guilty because of his shaky testimony. But at least now it looks like we might be able to get Isabella a not guilty verdict. Yeah, I hope that cheered Isabella up a bit. I don't think it cheered Darklaw up. I forgot about Darklaw. She's reading my newspaper. Maybe it's just me, but she doesn't look pleased.
Oh, it's you. I appreciate your efforts, Mr. Wright.
Thank you.
But, while I understand your drive to win this case...
My drive?
This is not the time for your personal ambitions. I told you before, didn't I? That Isabella is pleading guilty, and that you should accept the proposed punishment. This incident has already been settled between our school and the police.
This almost sounds like a middle under duress. You know that's a crime, right?
But, Miss Darklaw, Isabella could be innocent. Believe me, it will be in Isabella's best interest if you end the trial as soon as possible. The more this trial drags on, the more traumatic it is for this poor girl.
I'm sorry. She may be saying that she's guilty, but is she really? In any case, Mr. Wright, we don't want our school being shoved into the limelight because of this case. So if you could please refrain from picking at meaningless details, such as that toy. Get this trial over with quickly. This is your client's wish, Mr. Wright. I understand. I'll do my best. It's a relief to hear that. Let's go, Isabella. Yes, Miss Starclaw. What the heck was all that about? We've been busting our butts in there trying to prove that Isabella is innocent, and she expects us to just give up now? Why are you yelling at me, Maya? Well, when you think about it, Starclaw is acting very strange. Her own pupil's on trial, and she just stands around reading other people's newspapers. Yeah, what's she so busy reading about anyway? There's nothing about Isabella in that paper. Is she checking the soccer scores or something? Come on, Phoenix. Not everyone in England watches soccer. Some people watch cricket. Maya's newspaper. The front page article is about jewel thieves in London. The break's almost over. We better go back. Lynch looked really confident about his new witness. I'm Isabella's defense attorney. I'll stand behind her no matter what. The weirdest part of this whole thing to me, though, is the fact that Maya is standing on Phoenix's left, not right. Like, I don't know why they made that decision, but it's a strange one.
Court will now reconvene. Prosecution, is your witness ready?
Of course, Your Honor.
Bailiff, please bring her in.
Who the fuck is this?
Witness, state your name and occupation.
My name is Olivia Al Dente.
And let me guess, your occupation is chef?
The warm winds of the Mediterranean Sea carry the spicy scent of a seafood stew. A hot Sicilian stew that soothes the hearts of sailors braving the raging waters. Blessed be the Sicilian cuisine and il nostro mare.
I see that British courts also allow weapons into the courtrooms.
Yes, Miss Al Dente is employed as a cook on the freighter where the crime happened. Oh, cook, that's some interesting attire you're wearing, Miss Al Dente.
This is my work outfit. It gets very hot in the kitchen, you know.
It will be a pleasant change after that chocoholic god. He got up my nose.
Nice to see the judge is remaining impartial.
Miss Al Dente discovered the defendant in the cargo hold when she went for supplies.
She found Isabella? That would make her the crew member that Johnny saw fighting with Isabella. Well, there's your victim. We found her.
That is right, Mr. Wright. Miss Al Dente was the first person to discover the intruder. But she is the victim of assault. Hit with a steel pipe. How cruel.
If only I'd had my precious kitchen knife with me at the time. I'd have shown her my exceptional cutting skills.
Is that a threat? Your Honor, the witness just threatened my client. I'd like her removed from court. Nick, look at that. She's an expert potato peeler. You'd better watch out around her. I'll keep that in mind.
Witness, we will now hear your testimony. Describe to us what happened in the cargo hold.
Certamente. Gladly. I went to the cargo hold to check the supplies. It was past the 10 p.m. And I found that girl hiding and clutching one of them bizarro toys. She made as if to run away, so I tried to stop her. Then she grabbed the pipe. She's short, but she fiercely swung the pipe at me. I tried to dodge, but she hit me on the head. I blacked out for a few minutes.
Not every day that the victim gets to testify in court in one of these.
According to the medical report, you suffered a laceration on your head, correct?
Ah, that. It's covered by the chef that, so you can't see it now. But when I chop up veggies, it hurts in the rhythm of the strikes. Chop, a chop, a chop.
What sounds most terrible, Miss Al Dente?
I should have been more careful, but she looked a little Piccola girl.
Olivia's much taller than Spella. Yeah, Spella's about the same size as you.
I may be short, but I'm well proportioned, and that's what matters.
What is that supposed to mean, Maya?
Your Honor, the prosecution would like to present the decisive evidence that proves the defendant's guilt.
We should have a doctor's note or any signs of physical damage on the victim's body if she was telling the truth. Well, apparently it's on her head, and it hurts real hard. Also, we do have a doctor's note. That's what the medical report is. You can always rely on it. It is 100% factual. And that is not a joke. It's not sarcasm. Except the one time that it was outdated, but we don't worry about that.
This is a photograph with the defendant's fingerprints on the steel pipe. As you can see, the fingerprints are very clear. They were left by the assailant. They have already been examined and found to be those of the defendant.
Okay, so defendant was indeed holding a steel pipe.
Well, that settles it. This is undoubtedly decisive evidence.
What? The fingerprints on the weapon are Spella's?
Just to put you inquisitive mind at peace, Mr. Wright, there were no other fingerprints. This photograph should be added to the evidence.
What of Spella's fingerprints on the steel pipe?
Have I not warned you, Mr. Wright? Further examination is but a waste of time.
Nick, what do we do now? This evidence clearly points to Spella.
We're pleading that Spella's not guilty. And if she's innocent, then this witness is lying. All we need to do is expose that lie. Gotta think straight and focus on finding the truth.
The defense may cross-examine the witness.
So it's past 10 p.m. when she went, which checks out with the time of the attack. You had to check the supplies at that late hour? Must be tough being a cook.
Know the saying, a thirsty sailor will drink the old Mediterranean Sea? That's why I always need to make sure we're properly stocked up, sweetie.
Ugh. Is she making those sayings up?
The incident occurred at 10:20 p.m. when Smiles was doing the rounds. I see. Understood. And what happened in the cargo hold?
Hold it!
And this bizarre toy she was holding was none other than...
PC Badger, was it? The girl held it in a tight grip, like a sea hawk holds its prey.
Are you certain it was the defendant?
It was kinda dark in that room, but, I swear on Neptune it was a...
The witness was engaged in a face-to-face fight with the defendant. Even if the room was poorly lit, there was no doubt she would recognize her assailant.
Well, I can't say I can argue with that. Spella was holding PC Badger. Did she intend to steal it?
What did the witness do upon discovering the intruder?
The defendant tried to escape? She had nowhere to run though, cause she was at the far end of the room. I'm really good at catching chickens that try to run from the knife, so I caught her rapidamente. When you caught her, things took a violent turn. Yeah, she was so small, you know. You wouldn't think she had that in her. There was a steel pipe propped up against the wall, right next to her.
Was it the pipe from the picture?
Yeah. She picked it up and held it in both hands. And then...
That's when she smacked her, right?
Hold it!
You're sure it was the defendant that swung the pipe at you?
Objection!
We know it was the defendant, because her fingerprints were found on the weapon. As you can see, she held the pipe with both hands, just as the witness stated.
I feel like there's something off about the way she's gripping that pipe, but I'll take a look at that in a bit. Smell his fingerprints. That's some hard evidence. But then again... What is it, Nick? There's something about those fingerprints.
Oh, it sounds like you're onto something, Nick.
Don't get too excited. It's just a hunch. These fingerprints, they don't look right to me for some reason. Yeah, exactly. Like, how do you... How would... I'm trying to understand how she's gripping the pipe in this picture. Like, so you've got the thumbprints on the bottom left on top, and you've got another thumbprint on the right at the bottom here, on the back side of the pipe. But like the thumbs look like they belong to the hands that they're directly opposite of, but that doesn't really make any sense, because if you think about it, like, how is that? She would be like grip them cross-like. Like that's her left hand on top, and that's her right hand on the bottom. Who holds a pipe like that if they're trying to swing it? Like, imagine you're playing baseball and you hold it with, like, if say you're right-handed, usually you hold the right hand on top and the left hand on the bottom. You wouldn't hold it like the left hand on top, but then also your hands like backwards. Like, that's the other thing too. Her hands are upside down. Like, I'm trying to understand how that works, because her hands are wrapped around the pipe. Like, her palms would be on the backside that we can't see. They really look weird. Like, it's not like her, it's the prints aren't impossible, they're just really awkward. No one's gonna swing a pipe like that. Spell has swung this pipe while holding it in both hands?
In any case, pray tell us what happened after the defendant took a swing at you.
Hold it!
Do you remember the moment you were hit?
Sort of. It was the dark, so I'm not exactly sure how it happened. See, I'm clever with my fingers, but not that good at dodging steel pipes, so I got hit.
And you're positive there was no one else at the crime scene?
Yep. The cute guard suddenly walked in, sort of nonchalantly. Now, how did I think about it? The door suddenly opened and I turned it towards it. That must have been what the guy when I got it. So it was his fault.
Yeah?
Oh, I'll have my revenge. They say my special spice blend is too strong for human consumption. I don't think he will ever be able to taste the chocolate afterwards.
He says while smiling. Scary. Johnny said he saw the moment Olivia was hit. Yeah, and he didn't see anyone else in the room either.
So, when I came to, the guard boy had already captured that girl.
There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with her testimony.
Still. Got any ideas, Nick?
This one piece of evidence has been on my mind. It's not something easy to see, but it feels out of place. I didn't notice anything. I better take a second look at the court record. I got nothing concrete, just a hunch to go on, but should I present that? Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be the pipe. The pipe is the new evidence after all. We'll save here for sure. I'm just trying to figure out where exactly we're supposed to present it. It's made as if to run away, so I tried to stop her, then she grabbed a pipe. Okay, let's take a look at some more stuff here. Anything we can, like, examine on this? I mean, not really. I mean, it looks like it's just a really awkward hold on the pipe. Like, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Like, it'd be... I'm trying to even see how she would do her left hand, like... Okay, no, wait a second. Are they both the right hand? They're both the right hand. That's two right hands. That's why it's awkward. There's no left hand on that pipe. Huh. Okay, which one of these we to put that on, though? Hit me on the head, blacked out for a few minutes. Oh, that's it. Fuck. I went too far. Don't really have a lot we can try here. Okay. It was past 10 p.m. Instant have at 10:20. That's fine. I don't think it's gonna be that one. Found that girl hiding and clutching one of them bizarro toys. Okay. So she was holding the stuffed toy. And then she grabbed a pipe. Now, she didn't say that she dropped the toy, but there's two prints on the pipe. Are we to present that as a contradiction? That the pipe was held with two hands despite her holding a toy? Let alone the fact that the pipe looks like it was held with two right hands. Okay, I'm gonna present it here because it's the only one that talks about the pipe and her holding it.
Objection!
No, okay. That's okay. It's gotta be the pipe. Like, that pipe is so suspicious. I'm just not sure. Unless, like... Oh, you know what it could be? I think there's a left and right hand. You think you saw a left and right hand? It didn't look like it. Let me open it up again. Like, okay, even if it is a left or right hand, like, how is she holding this? Because, like, her left hand is on the top here, but it would have to be, like, the palm would be underneath, the pipe would be on top of the palm. So she's gripping it underhanded with her left hand, but then how is her right hand? Like, oh, you know what? Yeah, it can be, but again, it's like she's gripping it underhanded, but with her left hand on top, and her right hand crossed underneath her left, and then gripped from the bottom. Which would actually make it impossible to hit someone with because she's holding it from the top of the pipe. So you're not going to hit anyone with it because that would be a very awkward way to swing a pipe upwards to hit someone. So I think I know where we need to present. Fiercely swung the pipe at me. How could she have swung the pipe at you? Or wait, no. It should be this one? It should be this one, actually. She hit me on the head. How could she have hit you with holding the pipe like this?
Objection!
Okay, no, it's the other one. It's gotta be the one before us. I wasn't sure if it was gonna be this one or the other one. Both would make sense. But I'm pretty sure we have the reason here. It's gotta be this one then. Objection! There it is. The way she's holding the pipe would make that very hard to swing at someone. It's like the perfect grip for hitting someone in the crotch, maybe. You're claiming that the defendant swung the pipe at you. Well, that's impossible. See, I don't think it's impossible that she could have swung the pipe. I think it's impossible that she could have hit her on the back of her head with the pipe. Why do you say that, sweetie? Defendant's fingerprints were found on the pipe. However, there is a contradiction here. A contradiction? Impossible. That is most certainly interesting. Well then, defense shall explain.
What in the photo of the fingerprints contradicts this testimony?
The position... Ooh. Position or location of the fingerprints? I'm gonna say the position. It's the position of fingerprints, Your Honor.
Oh? The position?
According to the witness's testimony, the defendant held the pipe like this. In order to hit the witness on the head, she raised the pipe like so. I love that we can show all this stuff now. Actually demonstrate it in court. It looks so good. I hope we get more of this in the actual games later.
That is precisely what I said. She did.
And then she struck from above. But here's the problem. Think about the fingerprints that she would have left had she done just that.
What are you getting at, Mr. Wright?
Look closely at the way I'm holding the pipe. In this situation, the fingerprints would look like this. The thumb is above the other fingers.
Indeed. There's no doubt about it.
Now, take a look at the fingerprints that were actually left on the pipe.
Oh, goodness. The thumb. It's below the other fingers.
What? That's right. Miss Al Dente.
What is it?
Had the defendant attacked you as you described, the fingerprints would have been the other way around, which means something's not right with your testimony. Oh, when you said you were uncomfortable with Phoenix's eyebrows, what did you mean because they were like jagged at the edges? He's always had jagged eyebrows like that. That's just the way his eyebrows are.
Order! Order! What is the meaning of this? His fingerprints were submitted as decisive evidence. How come his contradiction wasn't brought to light before?
No.
Miss Al Dente, what do you have to say about this? Miss Al Dente, I'm going to have to ask you to stop juggling in court and answer the question. Excuse me, Miss Al Dente?
Know how to bring out the full sweetness of a sweet potato?
Huh?
Use a pinch of salt. Interesting, right? You use salt to make something taste sweeter.
I'm not following.
I remember it now. It was the other way around, not as you'd expect it. I'm sorry. I got a bit confused. You normally hold a pipe like that. But she's so small and the pipe is heavy. She held it the other way.
The other way?
Not like this. She held it in this way.
Objection!
But you testified that she fiercely swung the pipe at you.
I'm telling you, I got confused. Olivia's sorry, okay?
How could you mistake the way she held the pipe if she was right in front of you?
Oh, why don't you go and fry an egg? What does it matter if she held it one way or another? You wouldn't call a slightly salted sweet potato a salty potato, because it's still a sweet potato, no matter what you add to it.
The witness probably has a point, doesn't she, Mr. Wright? So defendant attacked the witness, holding the pipe backhanded. What seems a bit unnatural, but it does make sense, I suppose. Indeed it does, Your Honor. There is no problem with this evidence after all. Does the defendant agree?
I agree there are no problems with this evidence. We'll be one step away from losing this case. There's gotta be a contradiction somewhere in that fishy testimony. Could a spell have hit Olivia using the pipe backhanded? I mean, not on the head, though. Like, I don't think you could have. It'd be very hard to hit someone like that up there. Because if you consider, like, the height difference and everything, nah. Well, Miss Al Dente, I'm afraid that you're in a pickle now. I can't believe she turned into a pickle. Funniest shit I've ever seen.
I don't really see why.
Adding a pack of lies to a testimony can turn things very sour for a witness.
It would seem the defense is prepared to prove its claim. That there is a contradiction in this witness's testimony.
The eyebrows look so off in 3D. I guess I can see what you mean. I mean, I think they use a different model for the actual Phoenix Wright games that were on 3DS, so we'll see how it is once we get to them. Correct, Your Honor. I won't know until I try.
The defense shall now present evidence to the court. The evidence contradicting the assertion that the defendant hit the witness holding the pipe backhanded is...
Assertion that the pipe... Okay. Defendant hit the witness holding the pipe backhanded. I mean... Is it this? Because, like, are we arguing that she couldn't have possibly hit her on the head? Where her injury is? Because, like, if you're holding it backhanded like that, how the fuck do you hit someone that's taller than you on the head? I'm assuming this is it. Like, we're both in agreement here, Jack. That's probably the logic. I just need to figure out which piece of evidence it wants me to use to support that. I don't think it's the torch. I know the torch has fingerprints on it, and I'm wondering if that's going to mean something in a bit. But I highly doubt that's going to be useful right now. Contradicting assertion that the defendant hit the witness holding the pipe backhanded. Like, how is he holding it? He's holding it... Which hand is that? Oh, okay, that's like... No. Wait. Okay, no, I'm trying to figure out how his hand is. His hand is like... Oh yeah, he's holding it like that. He's also holding it like with a back grip as well. I don't think that's really going to prove anything. Is there anything in here maybe? Nah, it's just the pipe. I'm going to say it's the medical report.
Take that!
Okay, good, I was right. I second guessed myself too much there. Miss Al Dente, you previously testified that you were using that hat to cover the wound you received in the assault.
It's normal for Senorita Viñas to cover up things they don't want others to see.
That's not all. You also described the defendant as little, if you recall. That is to say, Miss Cantabella is, at the very least, shorter than you.
I've grown tall and healthy thanks to the wonderful Mediterranean sunshine.
Let me ask you then, how did a girl shorter than you, holding a heavy pipe backhanded, manage to land a blow to the back of your head? I'd say it's impossible. The fingerprints on the weapon show that the defendant held it backhanded. But even if she didn't, it is highly unlikely she would be able to hit Miss Al Dente's head like that.
Order! I will have order! What is the defense getting at? Even if it was highly unlikely, it cannot be proven that it was impossible. Miss Cantabella's fingerprints were found on that pipe, Your Honor. Nothing can change the fact that it was the defendant who held that weapon.
That is so. Does the defense have any comments? I can't deny that. It's clear that Espella did hold that pipe. She held it like this, right? Why would she do that? It'd be hard to hit anyone like this. When she holds it like that, it looks as if...
The court recognizes the validity of the prosecution's objection. Fingerprints on the weapon prove that it was used by the defendant.
Objection!
The defendant's fingerprints may be found on the pipe. However, that doesn't prove she hit anyone with it.
Objection!
Nonsense! What else would she pick up a steel pipe for?
Objection!
Oh, I think I've got a pretty good idea.
Well then, the defense may elaborate on its idea.
What I say next will turn this trial around. Defendant's fingerprints were left on the weapon when she... Well, naturally, she held the pipe with both hands when she stopped it from coming down on her head.
Stopped it? With both hands?
That's right, like this. Please take another look at this photo. These are not the fingerprints of an assailant, but rather the fingerprints of a victim who is defending herself. Which brings us to the conclusion that Miss Cantabella didn't attack the witness. She was in fact a victim, desperately trying to defend herself.
This cannot be.
If Miss Cantabella was a victim, who was the real assailant? There's only one person who could have done it. The only other person at the crime scene was Olivia Al Dente. It was you, wasn't it?
Order! 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 If I can have order, the court will be adjourned.
Be quiet, all of you. You just don't quit, do you? A lousy lawyer like you should get the job. How about I show you my knife up close?
You lost your mind, Mr. Wright? The witness is the victim, not the assailant. There are no fingerprints other than the defendant's on the weapon.
Objection!
Look at the witness's outfit. She's wearing gloves. That's why she left no fingerprints. Classic Phoenix Wright. They're wearing gloves.
You prickly sea urchin.
But you cannot be sure she was wearing gloves that night.
Objection!
The witness has called this her work outfit, so she must have been wearing it when she went to check supplies.
You devious lawyer, slippery as an eel. It was me because I had the gloves on, as if it was only me wearing gloves.
She's the only one in the courtroom wearing gloves.
There was that guy. The guard. He was wearing the gloves too.
A guard? Oh, was that the previous witness?
Oh, that's right. Gloves are a part of the guard's uniform by regulation. See? That's a guard, Johnny. He was wearing the gloves that night too.
What do you say to that, Mr. Wright? Since you're claiming that the assailant is the person who had gloves on, that would make the guard a suspect as well.
Could Johnny be the culprit? I don't think that's possible. Johnny Smiles is not the culprit.
Why not? Anyone with the gloves could have done it. Didn't you just say that?
No, I didn't.
However, it does seem plausible that the guard could have done it. He was wearing gloves after all.
I'm afraid that's impossible, Your Honor. And I have proof. There it is. He's got the proof.
You do? Fascinating. Let's see this proof if you really have it. Please enlighten us as why Smiles cannot be the culprit. Provide the proof.
I'll provide the proof.
Take that!
Mr. Smiles is, to put it nicely, what you may call a free spirit. There is no guarantee he would follow the rules and wear his full uniform. And this evidence proves he did not wear gloves.
Wait! Don't throw that filthy torch at me! Will someone please wipe the chocolate off this evidence?
No, the chocolate's part of the evidence. If you wipe it off, how can I make my case? No, Your Honor, this chocolate is the evidence.
What?
Mr. Smiles was snacking on a chocolate bar during his patrol. That's why his flashlight is in this sorry state. And covered in his chocolatey fingerprints. Therefore, we know that he didn't wear gloves when patrolling the ship that night. Rule-breaking, chocolate-loving Johnny Smiles was not the culprit.
What? That's ridiculous! It's too silly!
Welcome to court with Phoenix Wright. Enjoy jail.
Your Honor, the defense has merely pointed out a possibility. To call this witness a criminal without actual evidence against her is preposterous.
Yeah, this isn't the American courts where you have to prove someone not guilty by proving someone else guilty. Or claiming that someone else can be guilty and then providing evidence that suggests as much. The prosecution's duty is to clear what doubts there may be regarding the defendant's guilt. And I have demonstrated that there is, at the very least, a possibility that the witness is not telling the truth.
At the very least, Isabella Cantabella is not innocent. As corroborated by PC Badger, that toy she attempted to steal.
Huh. What was that? Did Olivia just freeze for a second?
Prosecutor Flinch, explain to the court about this toy. It's new piece of evidence. This is the stuffed toy the defendant tried to steal that night. One of its legs would appear to be missing. The poor thing. This mishap befell PC Badger as the witness and defendant were fighting. The captain of the freighter reported the damage after the defendant's arrest.
So this is the stuffed animal Olivia snatched from Isabella.
I see. The court would like to hear the witness's testimony regarding this evidence. Witness, your testimony.
Look, we can have Eel after the trial.
Excuse me, witness. You have been asked to testify.
I'm so very sorry. I got a little upset from all these accusations. I'm not used to this. Being called a liar.
Yes, it's only natural. Don't worry about that. It's all that slimy attorney's fault.
Why do I feel like an eel on a chopping board?
The witness will now testify. Tell us how you retrieved this toy from the defendant.
Gladly. Oh, il dostore mare.
I wonder what she's saying. I don't get it. Whatever she said, I'll make sure this is the last time she says it in court. What is stopping Spell from A, just looking at the plush, or B, Spell and not having touched it because there aren't fingerprints? Well, the plush is made of cloth. Cloth isn't very good at leaving fingerprints. So we can't really... I don't think anyone could possibly get fingerprints from the toy. Now, if you're talking about the tag, yeah, possibly. That's a possibility.
I wrestled this toy from that thief and gave it back to the police. When I found that girl, I thought I couldn't let her get away with our precious cargo.
Naturalmente, I had to get that toy back from her first. Easily got ripped off though. But there is no way I could have attacked her with the pipe. I was holding the toy in one hand. I don't remember much about it when I was it, but I got the toy back at least.
Ah, I see. What a commendable attitude, going to such lengths to protect the cargo.
I may not to be a security guard, but I'll do what it takes for the sake of our ship.
Didn't do much good in the end. PC Badger is way too damaged to be sold.
These lovely little toys are made at a workshop in London. We transport them down the River Thames, distributing them to children as we go.
Didn't she call them Bizarro toys earlier? And now suddenly they're cute?
What about the fingerprints on this toy?
It is a soft toy after all, so no usable fingerprints were found.
Well, that is unfortunate. Regardless, the court accepts it into evidence.
Very nostalgic. I brought this game the day before the eShop closed. Oh, really? Yeah, I've heard this is actually the one Phoenix Wright game. I mean, some people may argue to the opposite, but I consider it one. But this is technically, I consider this the first Phoenix Wright game that I ever beat. I remember when it first was announced in Japan, and I was waiting so long for it to come out in English. I bought it pretty much day one when it came out. Played through the whole thing in like a weekend. Which is probably the fastest I ever played a Professor Layton game.
Defense may now cross-examine the witness.
But it's also been 10 years, and I don't remember a whole lot of it. I remember the ending of the game. And like the solution to the overall mystery, but how you get to that point, I don't remember. And I remember like jack all about the individual cases. I don't remember this case. Or these characters. Okay, let's save here. Always a good idea to save. There's my completed save file up there.
Hold it!
When you entered the cargo hold, Espella had this stuffed animal.
Naturalmente, I got her red-handed. She was trying to steal it. I'm telling you.
To be honest, it doesn't sound like she's lying.
But is Espella really a thief?
We can't be sure about it. Just picking something up doesn't make you a thief. Anyway, something else in her testimony is on my mind right now.
Has the defense changed its mind about the innocence of its clients now? Witness, continue your testimony. What did you do after coming across the defendant?
March was definitely the month I went crazy about buying Ace Attorney, Apollo Justice, and Spirit Justice for $3 each. Oh geez, were they that cheap on the eShop? Man, like the shutdown of the eShop just like came and went. I didn't even consider that, looking at the eShop for like sales of games. That would have been actually kind of nice to pick up as like the DS versions of Ace Attorney 4 through 6. Actually, do I own? No, I don't think I own any of them on DS. I can't check because this is not the DS I normally play on. This is a special DS I got modded for a capture card. My actual DS is like elsewhere. But I can't actually remember. I don't think I picked up the other Ace Attorney games. I never did buy them. I bought the original trilogy that they ported. I don't think I bought Spirit of Justice or the other game. And I definitely didn't buy Apollo Justice because I completely forgot that they ported that to 3DS. That's a really great sale if they had that. Great Ace Attorney I do have. I bought that on Switch when it was new. Didn't buy it on sale. Probably should have. Capcom games that go on good sales, so I should probably stop buying them new. Probably better that way. But I do have those sitting around. Found the DS version of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney local Starfield train cards. Oh wow, for $40. That sounds really good. I mean, I don't know how much Phoenix Wright 1 usually goes for. I've actually, like, it's weird because so as a kid, I never played Phoenix Wright. The only reason I knew that Phoenix Wright existed was because of YouTube videos. Like, back in the day, it was just, like, that was the popular thing to do, was make, like, funny Phoenix Wright edits of the court trials. And
that's how I knew Phoenix Wright, and that's why I wanted to play the games. But I never saw any of the games in store, not even Apollo Justice, none of the original 3. I don't know how, I just never saw them, but they were just like never available. And I've been like, I had a DS since like pretty much year 1 just about. His precious cargo was picked up from London.
Yeah, the workshop where they make them is by the River Thames. We come to pick up the cargo regularly.
It is a regular direct delivery service. We did not see the need to investigate the cargo.
If you confiscated our cargo for inspection, I would be able to carry out my cooking experiments.
Confiscate? What the heck is she cooking with exactly?
I think we can all see how committed Miss Ardenti is to her work.
Commitment and the passion are the main ingredients of every dish I cook.
Hold it!
The stuffed animal's leg got ripped off when you were fighting.
Yeah. It came off easier than the shell of a freshly boiled lobster.
I don't feel like that's saying much, but I've never tried boiling a lobster, so maybe it's really easy. Let's see. This thing does seem kind of flimsy.
Stop picking on PC Badger. He may be a plushie, but that's no reason to make fun of him.
It's not made very well, though. It looks like it might just come apart if you pull a bit.
I ripped it out of the girl's hands and kept it with me until the police came.
Hold it!
So you didn't hit the defendant with this steel pipe?
But you are forgetting who's the victim here, sweetie? I am, and I didn't strike myself with that pipe. Aren't you getting to things backwards? Feeling dizzy? Maybe you haven't eaten, but eating properly.
It's all those pretzels and peanuts on the plane flight over. She's right. Someone else must have hit her.
Maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but...
Hold it!
I mean, she was hit on the back of the head. It kind of makes sense that she probably wouldn't remember. You don't remember much about it.
Yeah, and the room was dark because only the emergency light was on. But there was definitely no one else in that room. Only me and that little girl. So it had to be her that hit me.
She's not having second thoughts about that, it seems. Original owner left off on Rise from the Ashes, a case that I like but don't like because of the Blue Badger and its music. Oh, that's like the final case in the game. They were like right there. I like that case. I mean, if we're talking like original P1 cases, I think 4 or 3 are probably my favorites, but I love case 5 so much. I mean, it's considered canon these days, so I consider it part of the game now. So that's it, huh?
Well, Nick?
This one's easy. I know what to do.
You're finally starting to act like your normal self. The jet lag must have hit you like a ton of bricks, huh?
There is a clear contradiction in Olivia's testimony. It's time to present some evidence and expose her lies. Okay, we pressed everything. We'll save again. I'm going to probably overwrite that save at some point, but it doesn't matter because I copied that save from a different system, so if I do overwrite it, no harm there. Probably should have just deleted it. Okay, so what do we have here? Wrestled the toy back from the thief and gave it to the police. Okay, let's take a look at that toy, because I don't think we didn't really ever take a look at it. Is there anything... I don't think there's really anything to examine. I mean, it got its leg ripped off. Out of curiosity, can we see the leg at the crime scene? Well, these ones all have 2 legs. So that can't be it. I don't even see a leg here. But, I mean, that probably doesn't say anything. Wait a second. Is there something wrong with that toy too? Hang on. Is it just me or is that toy also missing something? Like, it looks like something's ripped up there. Am I crazy? Is that maybe important? I don't know what else that could be. That actually might be important. I'm just not sure how yet, because I can't tell what it is. Once you purchase Edgeworth games, you'll have played every Ace Attorney game. I'm so looking forward to those. So I've been streaming the Phoenix Wright series, like, from the start. I only originally, when I bought the trilogy on 3DS, like, a few years ago, whenever the trilogy got ported, I played through the first 2 games, and I got to case number 3 of game 3. And then I just, like, I never picked up the game again for some reason. I never got around to finishing it. So I've been streaming the Phoenix Wright games over the last couple months on here, so I can finally play through everything, and I'm really looking forward to getting to the Edgeworth games. I was actually going to play them today, but they announced that remake on Switch a couple weeks ago, so I decided to save them for later so we could play that instead. Okay, so she tried to get the toy back, and then could have attacked with pipe. I was holding the toy in one hand. I feel like this is a lie. I can't figure out why, though. I don't remember much about when I was it, but you got the toy back at least. Or this one. Like, these two seem the most suspicious. I don't think there's anything else here. Wrestled his toy back from the thief and gave it to the police. Okay. Well, I mean, we know that much is true because we do have it in evidence, so they definitely... One leg was ripped off during her fight with Olivia. I'm trying to figure out how this toy got involved in the kerfuffle in the first place. Like, why did she pick it up? Why was it in her hands? I feel like this whole story might be bogus. I'm not happy about the localized names the prosecutor's path carriers got from Capcom. Are they like, I mean, I don't know anything about the fan translation. I can kind of get where people are coming from, though. It's like people got used to the fan translation, so any official name probably would have been weird. But I mean, I don't think they would have ever used the fan names. I don't think they would have. They were going to be different no matter what. I think it was pretty much inevitable that if there ever was an official translation of Edgeworth 2, those names would have been changed. The whole translation would have been different. Okay, so she was holding the toy in one hand. We don't have any way to prove that she was holding it in one hand, though, right? Like, there's no fingerprints, obviously. A spell is classed be it in her hand when seized by smiles. So she was holding the tag, but then the toy has the tag on it. Is that important? She got the toy back. I'm wondering if I need to present the tag here. Because think about it, if she got the toy back, then how did Isabella get the tag? Because let's assume that she's correct and she was able to wrestle the toy away from Isabella. That tag would have had to come off at some point between then and when the guard found her. So that means that she might have tried to take the tag after she got, like, knocked out. It's only the toy in one hand. I feel like this must be it. I don't see anything else. Like, I feel like the discrepancy between the tag being on here and also in her hand was kind of weird. But if she was grasping the tag, then maybe she didn't get the toy back? Like, but it seems like the tag comes off. I mean, or at least it broke off. Not spoiler, but an example, Sebastian de Beste is now Eustace Winner. The Beste sounded much better because he is the best. Yeah, I mean, I see where you're coming from. That definitely is pretty good. Honestly, I like both names. I mean, I have no attachment to either name because I've never played either of those games. The Best is pretty good, though. Eustace Winner, like, I think if I had to, like, say anything and pick one, I would say Eustace Winner just a little bit because it sounds a little more like a normal name. I feel like the Best, that could be one mispronounced and the pun would fail, and two sounds a little too abnormal. I know this is Phoenix Wright we're talking about. I mean, there's literally a character in here called Al Dente, and we were talking to someone who called Accidenti earlier, but who was in a car accident. But I mean, if we had to go with like, if we're trying to do something that sounded like at least a little like an actual name, Winner, I feel like would be the better choice in that regard. But I get it. I definitely see both of those names are really good, I think. Yeah, Carmine Accidente was the guy who got in the car accident, which is great. I mean, I like that this whole game is just filled with, it's a Professor Layton game, but it's filled with like Phoenix Wright name puns, which is awesome. It's just like this whole game is just so good. Except I need to figure out which one of these. I'm just gonna go for one of these. I got the toy back at least. Okay, so I'm gonna say this, just because the tag was in her hand when Smiles found her.
Objection!
Okay, no, never mind. It is not that. That's okay. I think that one just might be the wrong statement. I was holding the toy in one hand. We need to prove that she is the perpetrator here, right? So I feel like this has to be the one we present on. Question is what? What are we presenting here? Toy Spell tried to steal one leg, was ripped off during her fight with Olivia. Just holding the toy in one hand. I mean, does that really mean she couldn't attack her? Like, do we know that she can't swing a pipe around with one hand? What she needs to demonstrate in court how strong she is, because I feel like that's not impossible. Unless there's something in here that proves that she couldn't have been holding it. Like, okay, is that the toy there that... Wait a second. Hang on. I wonder if that's supposed to be the toy. Like, I'm trying to figure out what that is, but I'm wondering if that's supposed to be the toy. Okay, it's not. There was like... It looked like one of the toys was ripped in the photograph as well. But yeah, I guess it doesn't make a lot of sense because... Because if the toy was in evidence and they brought it back to the police, then yeah, I guess that couldn't be possible. The broken crate? Like, do you mean the one with all the toys in it or the other one? I don't think we are ready to talk about this crate. But I don't like. What about this crate? Are you thinking about here? So I found that girl. I thought I couldn't let her get away with the cargo. Fine. Wrestled this toy back from that thief and gave it to the police. Okay, so a lot of this is fluff. The only statements here that have anything of actual note are this one and this one. No, I could have attacked her with the pipe. I was holding the toy in one hand. There's not really anything of note here. Like, I don't see anything. I'm just like seeing if any of these are missing a tag or something. Something obvious, but I think I'm looking too hard into it. I'm saying the crate being broken means she had to have been attacking with full force. Oh, true, I see. Maybe, I mean, but again, like, do we know that that full force means needing two hands? I mean, you saw how she was swinging that knife around. Especially at that poor eel. Okay, let's see here. So, I'm thinking it's probably this one. Can we reload from here, or is that impossible? Oh, we can only save. That's fine. I was just going to reset my health, because I did save before we started all this. I was holding the toy in one hand. Like, okay, can we prove that she wasn't holding the toy? I don't think we can, simply because like that would contradict so much else, and I feel like a lot of that other stuff wouldn't make any sense. This, however, is really weird. This must be something else, so I feel like the toy itself must be the answer. Is there anything we can use on this as evidence? I don't think so. Like the one that, like, where did this broken tag come from? Because I mean, it's clearly on this toy. Like, it doesn't look like it's broken at all. I don't remember much about when I was hit, but I got the toy back at least. Do we present the toy here because she was holding the tag? Like, is this a different one? You know how the police took the plushie in as evidence? Yeah, well, that's why I know something's off about that. I figured that much. I don't... It's gotta be this, right? Because, like, the toy Spella tried to steal, but then, like, this is... These two pieces of evidence contradict each other. I'm just not sure which is correct to put. Like, we tried this one on this one already, right? We tried the tag on the final statement. I think that was the one I tried earlier. It wasn't the picture. I didn't try the picture, and I don't think the picture is relevant. Keep in mind, she said the tag came off during the struggle. Right, yeah. So this one that she got can't be it. Objection! No, but we already tried this, I think. You're right. I think the toy is probably the... It's going to be the toy or the tag. I'm not sure, like, which way they want to swing the logic, though, because, like, you could present... I think, like, logically, you could present either and use the same argument. Alright, let me reload here. Once it lets me. I wish I could reload from the menu, but I don't recall. Load from save data. Where does it put me? Because I've been saving constantly. I don't remember if you can, like... Okay. Alright, we can... Okay. It puts you back at the start of the cross-examination, I guess. It's not like a perfect save like it is in the actual games. Okay, I had to get the toy back from its leg got ripped off, though. I don't think that's a false statement. There's a toy in evidence that has a leg missing. That's fair. Does that mean you go all the way back to being? Yes. So in the original versions of Phoenix Wright, believe it or not, the ones on the Game Boy Advance in Japan, the ability to save everywhere was not a thing. So when you ran out of hits, you had to redo the entire trial. Back to, like, well, not like the entire trial, but back to the start of the day in court. So you would have to go through everything, which in a game like this doesn't make a lot of sense. Because, I mean, you can just write down the answers and get it right every time. It's not like it's a test of skill. Like, the puzzles, once they're solved, they're solved. So there's not really any point. So when they ported them to DS, they let you save wherever you want, and then you can reload those saves, and they put you back right where you saved. So I wrestled the toy back from the thief and gave it to the police. That would mean she gave the entire toy to the police. Would it, though? Oops, I didn't mean to go that far. Which statement was that? That was like one of the first ones, right? Wrestled this toy back from that thief and gave it to the police. Well, I mean, she wanted to as evidence, like she was... I can see where you're coming from, and if that's right, I'm not sure I'm gonna feel about that. Objection! Yeah, don't think I would have gotten that. Because to me, that doesn't imply that she would have given the whole toy with the leg and everything. That just means that she would have given this very toy that was ripped as evidence because this girl tried to steal it. Here's evidence why it was trying to be stolen, because I tried to wrestle it back from her. Here's what happened. Like, the state of the toy, I don't think would matter in this case normally, because it's a case of theft. Here is the thing she tried to steal. Regardless of what state it's in, here is what she tried to steal. Of course, any reasonable person would give it to the police, even if it's like a glass jar in a million pieces. You'd still give that in as evidence. I love Wright answers when you have to read the game's mind. Like, yeah, like, I mean, the thing with like Phoenix Wright games is sometimes the logic is dumb. I don't think there's a single person in the world that can defend Big Top Turnabout in any form. And sometimes it's just like, all right, you know the answer. It can be one of these two things. They're both equally plausible and they both make sense. Which one is the game programmed to accept? Because it only ever accepts one. But there's been several times where I feel like there could be multiple answers. And then there's times like this where it's just like, I don't think I would have ever come to that conclusion because the way I interpret things is different than the game is. And so therefore my train of thought would never match the games in the first place. Miss Al Dente, I'd like to confirm just one thing. The stuffed animal you submitted to the police, is it this one?
Yeah, that's the one. No doubt about it.
I'm sorry, but if that's the case, things simply don't add up.
Just what is it this time? What's the problem with this toy?
The defense must have some basis behind these claims. The court would like to see some evidence.
Oh, are we going to try and argue that it's different because it's the one... Because she was holding the tag? Was the one she was trying to steal? Okay, you know what? In that case, I blame myself. Yeah, no, that's right. Because it would be different than the one... On the surface, it seemed weird. But no, I blame myself for this one. Not the game.
The court should now present the defense should now present to the court the evidence that illustrates a contradiction with this toy.
Yeah, it's gonna be this, isn't it? Take that! Yeah. Nope, that's on me. The evidence is this.
That's is this the tag that was hanging from the PC Badger's neck?
Tag?
This is the evidence received earlier from Mr. Smiles. Right, because she wouldn't have known about the tag. But it's broken. Right, because it's broken. She wouldn't have known about the broken tag because he was hiding it. Guy should be held in contempt of court. When I seized the girl at the crime scene, she was clasping this in her hand. She didn't even seem to notice.
And what would that be? It would appear to be PC Badger's tag, Your Honor.
Strange, isn't it? Something was definitely ripped off this plushie. But it wasn't its leg. It was the tag. You noticed it too, didn't you, Miss Al Dente? If this is the stuffed animal that Miss Cantabella was holding when you found her, then why is the tag still on it? Right about Mod's plan says the second and third game allowed the players to choose between two different pieces of evidence. Both pieces will work. Or one piece would work on two statements. Wait, really? I never ran into... Maybe I did pick like a piece different than other people would. I don't know. It was never obvious when those were... I've seen points where I feel like there could have been that way. But it was never clear that there was multiple answers. I didn't know they actually had multiple answers programmed in. That's good, at least. This is the first I've seen an alternative piece of evidence working in this game. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I should have finished reading your statement. Both pieces will work, one piece will... Yeah, so, like, the logic was there. Like, it was presented in a way that it could have had two pieces, but this is... You're saying this is the first time they actually did it? Is that a thing they carry over to the later games? Because that's, like, the one... big criticism I had with like the first three games was that like there was a lot of time where it's just like, oh, I need to solve this puzzle, but I have to do it the way that they thought.
Hey, you, taste this looking the prosecutor over there.
Yes?
What's this about the tag? You didn't tell me anything about that.
If you please calm down.
It's no use blaming the prosecutor. He didn't even know this tag existed.
Objection!
Witness, I had not been informed of such evidence. If you had this in your possession, why didn't you hand it over into the police? Sorry, Mr. Prosecutor. I am an expert at what I do. And my expert advice to myself was that I'd better keep this as my secret weapon. So I waited for the right moment to single-handedly settle this trial.
Well, he was right about one thing. For better or worse, this tag's existence has only recently come to light. Neither the prosecution, nor you, Your Honor, knew about it before this trial.
But then, why is there a tag on this toy? How come this toy has a tag?
The answer is simple. There is a tag on this stuffed animal because... well, she being al dente or Espella? Well, the toy was swapped. I mean, obviously, that's probably the better one to pick here. There's only one possibility. Miss Al Dente, before handing the plushie into the police, you swapped it for another. Later games, not from what I've seen or remember, but it's possible. When I played it, presented the tag, you might be the first person to discover an alternative evidence at this. Oh, I was supposed to present the tag instead of the toy on the statement? Huh. Well, there you go. Cool. Good on this game, then. Shame that the other games possibly don't do it, but good on this game. I mean, look, I don't think it's a matter of making it easier, but it's just like, it helps.
Listen to yourself. Why would I even do something like that? Ridicule. Hint, that's right. That tag must be a fake.
A fake? Why would you think that?
That the chocolate fake must be trying to frame me. That's what it is.
Objection!
Mr. Smiles has no motive to do something like that.
No motive? It doesn't require much thinking to come up with one. He wanted attention. Yes, what he said. The guard lied to show off. That's all there is to it.
Did Johnny produce bogus evidence to draw attention to himself? I guess it is possible. But why? Well, he wanted to be the star attraction of this case, right? He wanted to single-handedly end this trial, right? That sounds like something he would do, right? You know what? Yeah, it's possible, I guess. It's possible, perhaps, but not very likely.
Ah, see? Next time I see that guard, I'll test my new knife set on him.
However, it's easy to check whether this evidence is genuine.
What? Oh, do you plan to check it?
By checking the fingerprints, of course.
Fingerprints? Ah!
According to Mr. Smiles' testimony, when he sees Miss Cantabella, she was holding the tag in her hand. Therefore, her fingerprints should still be on that tag. You don't think they'd be covered in, like, the chocolate fingerprints of Johnny? I mean, we saw his flashlight. It was a mess.
Bailiff, have this evidence investigated immediately. That was awesome, Nick. We almost got her now.
Mr. Flinch, I have a question for you.
What is it?
When you searched the crime scene, did you find a toy without a tag?
Well, Mr. Flinch, did you? No. Considering the circumstances, it did not seem necessary to investigate quite so thoroughly. But at the very least, I can tell you that all the toys in the crate had tags on.
Excuse me, Your Honor?
What is it, Mr. Wright?
It appears no stuffed animal is found without a tag. Which means that it may still be hidden at the crime scene.
Ah!
Your Honor, the defense requests that the ship be searched thoroughly this time. Send a forensics team there immediately.
You're requesting another search? What? Surely you can't be serious. Whether the toy was swapped or not, it doesn't matter in the least. They're all the same. Any of them will do just fine.
That is exactly why it's important. All these plushies are the same. There's no need to swap one for another. And yet, why is the witness getting so worked up about it?
That's just a...
I had a feeling that there was something odd about this case. Stolen stuffed animal and an assault connected to it. There had to be more to it. There had to be another crime under the surface. Nick! This is it. What should I do? Request search. Obviously, that's what we want to do, right? Your Honor, the defense insists on a search. Should a plushie without a tag be found on the ship, then there's a strong possibility that this case will be resolved.
The prosecution does not acknowledge the need for...
That's a big fish. Where'd you get that from?
No, you can't search it again. You just can't.
Why not?
Witness!
Miss Al Dente, why did you swap the stuffed animal? And why are you so afraid of having the ship searched? Easy Badger holds all the answers. Look, if we can't find another toy, then that means I was wrong, right? Right, it's possible Johnny could have drew attention to himself, but I thought it was impossible because of the obstruction charges.
I mean, since when have obstruction charges gone in the way in a Phoenix Wright game? Let's be real.
They're always brought up. They're always mentioned. Once in a while, they might imply that said person is going to get tried for them. But they never actually interfere with the case on hand.
I say, Mr. Wright, could it be that you already know the reason behind the swap?
Of course. I don't have any definitive proof. But when it comes to pointing out a possibility, I might have something.
Very well then, let's see some evidence. Do you have any evidence that would explain why Miss Al Dente is against the search?
Take that!
There is a certain article in this newspaper. Elusive jewel thieves at large in London. Scotland Yard on red alert.
Oh, that's robbery. I have heard about it, of course. A group of thieves robbed a jewelry shop and made away with about 50 pieces of jewelry. Many extremely valuable stones were stolen as well. Scotland Yard's under great pressure to find them. All packages sent out from London are being scrutinized by the police. But what does this have to do with our case? Nothing.
I beg to differ. The jewel theft took place in London. And that's where our freighter picked up its cargo.
London? It can't be. Witness.
That night, you discovered the defendant in the cargo hold. She was holding one of the plushies. You knew you had to get it back. You had to get it back at all costs. But why go so far for a mere plushie? There is only one possible reason.
You couldn't afford to have the police discover what was inside of it. Oh my god, she's fucking dead. Alright, we're gonna have to try the fish now for murder. That's okay. I have experience with animals.
We've just received a report from the team investigating the crime scene. This toy was hidden between a storage unit and a pipe.
Huh.
The toy's been cut open and the contents examined. And this was found inside. A pink diamond worth approximately 100,000 pounds.
We have also received a report from the crime lab. The defendant's fingerprints have been found on the tag.
Do you have anything to say, Miss Al Dente? She has a fish mark.
I lost, didn't I?
So you are a...
Yeah, I'm one of them. I'm one of the jewel thieves. My role was to get the loot out of London. The police never checked the regular shipments from that workshop. We decided to take advantage of the blind spot.
Indeed, the regular direct delivery service has been overlooked by the police. Possibly because that workshop produces the very mascots representing the police.
The other crew had nothing to do with it. I used their ship, that's all.
It was you who hid the jewels inside the plushies.
There was a one jewel in each toy. I was carrying them away one by one.
The defendant happened to pick one of those toys up.
I had my heart stand still when I saw that girl in the cargo hold. Whenever I was free, I stood the guard in front of that room, and yet she got in somehow. So there she was in the room with the eating loot, one of the toys in her hand.
So how did the speller get in there?
I don't know if she was trying to steal the toy or what, but I just had to get it back from her, no matter the cost. Then I handed in a different toy. I made it look like it was ripped in the fight. It would have been over for me if the police had found any of the jewels.
And Fish is also dead. I can't believe the parrot case is real. Oh, the parrot case is very real. That parrot was a decisive witness. Very important to the plot. The parrot, you could even say, was the mastermind behind the whole thing. Who was it in the end? Who hit Olivia? Oh, I almost forgot about that.
At first, I thought it must have been that little girl that hit me. But now I don't know.
You don't know?
No one else was supposed to be in that room. But what if there was someone in the shadows? Some mischievous person hidden in the darkness.
Look, we get that you just got caught for smuggling jewels. But you can't just go and blame some random mysterious person, okay? Trying to weasel your way out of your crime. It's not gonna happen.
This was a most unusual case. It cannot be said that all mysteries have been resolved. But it has become clear that Miss Cantabella is innocent. Well then, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
It would seem that I owe you thanks for helping us see the truth.
No need to thank me, Your Honor. I was just doing my job. Like I always do. Is that really the smartest thing you could come up with?
And, Mr. Flinch. Yes, Your Honor. This trial was part of the Legal League of Attorneys exchange program, wasn't it? May this trial serve as a lesson for you, too. Is that understood?
you say, Your Honor? Don't look, don't look, don't look, don't look! Without my glasses, I can't see, and I don't want to be seen. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
Oh, I think he broke him. That sounded like a lot of glass, though. Well, then, the court has reached its verdict. I pronounce the defendant Espilla Cantabella. Now, where does that confetti come from? They even pan up to the ceiling. There's nothing there. You can't fool me. Sky confetti. That doesn't exist. Congratulations, you did it, Nick. Yeah, thanks. I guess I should be happy. But Darklaw's cold gaze is staring daggers through me.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're better than I thought. Had I known earlier, I would have asked you to prove Espilla innocent from the very start.
I'm glad you're happy about the verdict.
Espilla, come and thank Mr. Wright.
Oh, she got her book back. I mean, I'm glad that she was, you know, studying hard while the trial was going on. This completely unknown girl that just happens to also be named Espilla.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Glad I could help. Hmm?
Hey, Espilla. What's that big book you've got there? Oh, please forgive her. She's a bit shy, you see. She's very fond of books. At any rate, now Espilla can return to a peaceful life out at our boarding school. It's all thanks to your hard work, Mr. Wright. Now, please excuse us. We have some formalities to attend to.
Oh, yes, of course.
Mr. Wright, you were truly outstanding in that courtroom today. Farewell.
Yep, just a perfectly normal court case. I mean, by Phoenix Wright standards, that was very normal, in fact. It's finally over. You know, something's still bothering me about this case. The person who hit Olivia, where did they go? That's true. We don't know who actually assaulted Olivia. If it wasn't Espilla, there must have been another person at the crime scene. But neither Olivia nor Johnny saw anyone else. The room was dark, save for the emergency light. I'm sure someone hid in the shadows. And Johnny was wearing sunglasses. I'm amazed he saw anything at all. He missed all those clues, so it's not much of a stretch to imagine he missed the perpetrator too. How about we head back now?
Okay, let's go check out Tower Bridge while we still have some daylight left.
Oh.
What is it, Maya?
There, on the couch. Isn't that Espella's book? It is the book she was holding. We should return it to her. Hey, Nick, let's see what kind of stuff Espella likes to read.
I'll just go read other people's books. Come on now, that's not nice. What if that's like her diary or something?
What? Huh? Maya, look!
Huh? Hey, Nick, look, that's us, isn't it?
Those two guards that were just standing there, they didn't see any of this? They're not gonna report it? The book just kidnapped a lawyer and his assistant. You can't tell me that that can't go unchecked. Are there multiple copies of the book? I mean, maybe? I mean, clearly two very different people. who just so happen to have the same name. We're holding the book. Book titled Labyrinthia. I'm sure it's probably a very popular title among young teenagers with blonde hair and blue eyes. Finally, Chapter 1.
Luke. Wake up, my boy. Finally awake. You're trying to cross the border. Eh? Professor? Good. I'm glad to see you awake. Yeah. Glad to be back. Are you feeling alright? Yeah, I'm fine. A bit drowsy though. I guess I just fell asleep all of a sudden. Wait. Now I remember. Professor, what happened with the witches? And where exactly are we? Well, Luke, I've only just woken up myself. You've been here in this horse-drawn wagon since I awoke. How did we end up asleep in a wagon? That is something we must now find out. First of all, where are we? And secondly, where are we being taken? There's another passenger over there. Let's start by asking her. Good thinking, Professor.
Wait, is this Skyrim or FF14?
Excuse me, but I wonder if you could tell us where this wagon is heading. Where it's heading? That really is a meaningless question. It goes without saying, since there's only one place we could possibly be heading. I'm not sure I entirely follow. What do you mean by one place? If you really want to know, why didn't you ask the wagon driver? Although, whether you ask or not, we'll be arriving at our destination soon anyway. If that's the case, surely it wouldn't hurt to just tell us. Luke, let's take her advice. We may have better luck with the driver. Alright. If you say so.
Alright, let's ask the driver. Yo, driver! Where the fuck are we heading?
So you finally woke up, did you? I was wondering what to do with you both. I was starting to think you'd never wake up. Excuse me, but where's it that we're going? Yo, my, you didn't get into this wagon without knowing where it's headed, did you? Well, in truth, we were only just became aware that we were in here. Until just a moment ago, we were in Tower Bridge in London. I'm afraid we have no recollection of having boarded this wagon. You certainly say the strangest things. You're both still half asleep, aren't you? Half asleep? Of course not. As far as I remember, you've both been in this wagon from the very start. There's no way that's right. And besides... Now, don't get so worked up, Sonny. You'll upset the other passengers. I know nothing about the two of you, except from what I've seen. My job is just to carry my passengers to that town. A town, you say? Well, looky here. It's just come into sight. Why not take a peek out, hmm?
Damn, I can't believe Professor Layton got isekai'd. Except it was a book that hit him. Or more like sucked them up. Not sure I've seen that one before.
Captain, all present and accounted for, sir. I want you to keep in mind, men, that the peace of this town is in your hands. Never forget that no matter what happens, the people look to you to keep the peace. The proud knights of the Order will always protect the people. Yes, sir, for honor and glory.
Captain,
What can I do for you, my little ones?
I want to join the Order of the Knights and patrol the streets like you.
That's an upstanding ambition, lad. Perhaps when you're a little bigger.
Yes, sir. I'll do my very best to grow up as soon as I can, sir.
I like your spirit, young man. Be seeing you.
Oh, you look so pleased with yourself. You couldn't really just think a weakling like you could join the Order of the Knights, do you? Hey, that's not a nice thing to say. Every boy wants to be a knight.
Hey, what can he do for one as sweet as you? His bardly bard called Bardley.
Would you sing me a whittle song? Something romantic to melt my heart?
Oh, fair maiden, the pleasure is mine, a worthy song for a love such as thine. Oh, the love in your heart and the love in your head is full and warm, like freshly baked bread.
Sweet. Professor, look at those people over there. They're all wearing period costumes. I've never seen that in London.
You're right, Luke. This town would appear to resemble the one we saw pictured in that book. Although I'm somewhat puzzled as to how we have ended up here. There's nothing strange about any of this.
You're that passenger from the wagon.
The fact that we are here now is a predetermined turn of events.
What do you mean? We were just brought here from outside.
This outside of which you speak, just what exactly are you referring to?
Well, I mean London, of course.
There is no such place. Or is there any such thing as an outside? Not here. Not in Labyrinthia. Labyrinthia?
What? You mean this is really Labyrinthia? Even so, that doesn't mean that London doesn't exist. If we went back out the way we came, we'd be bound to come across it, eventually.
If you don't believe me, then why don't you take a look with your own eyes?
Professor, the gate is gone. The gate we came through was right behind us, wasn't it?
Yes, it certainly was there.
So if that's the case, why does no one around here seem surprised? Seeing such a big gate disappear like that.
This game ever get any re-releases? No. It is, now technically speaking, the one Phoenix Wright game that has never gotten a re-release. I mean, obviously it'd be a little more work to do, considering the fact that it's like a level 5 game and a Capcom game. But, I mean, it's probably not impossible. Although, there's never been any re-releases of Phoenix or of Professor Layton games. So, that would require that to happen first. Also, this game definitely needs the stylus a lot more than, like, say, some Phoenix Wright games, because it's mostly a Professor Layton game. So, you'd have to, like, redo the entire game for that, first of all. But, I mean, that's not possible either, because we're about to get a Professor Layton game on the Switch. So the idea, the concept of a single screen, no touch Professor Layton game does exist.
Hey, where did she go?
This is most perplexing. What's going on here? If this really is Labyrinthia, then could it be that we have somehow ended up inside that book? You mean the book Espella was showing us, don't you? The Historia Labyrinthia? That's right, Luke. Do you recall what happened to us at Tower Bridge? Well, I remember that book started glowing, but after that I'm totally blank. Professor, you don't think we've somehow been pulled inside that book, do you? It's a bit early to be drawing conclusions just yet, my boy. There are quite a few people around here. Let's start off by asking a few questions.
When we talk to the guards, surely they would know something. Uh-oh. I don't like that exclamation mark. Why did these games get a crossover? I think, like... I'm trying to remember. I think it was, like, either the director of Phoenix Wright or, like, someone in Capcom was like, hey, we should do a crossover with, like... I think it was the director, because they liked Professor Layton. And... I think they, like, I don't know, there's like an interview about it, but it was like something like they set up like the higher ups at the companies like set up a lunch between the directors of the two games, and it was like, you guys should talk and do a crossover. I don't know why they decided to do that. It was something weird like that. Like the circumstance was like very odd and random. I mean, for a while they weren't even sure if the two could work together. But they ended up making it work, mostly by letting Level 5 take the helm and do most of the design and everything.
Finished patrolling this area then? Yes, sir. Nothing to report at present, sir. Must be even more on our guard than usual today. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, Captain.
Yes?
I don't mean to alarm you, but there appears to be a couple of unusual characters approaching our vicinity, sir.
What?
Oi! You two! What business do you have with the Order of the Knights? Oh, we just wanted to ask a few questions about the area. About the Order of Knights. Are you really real knights?
What's that? You're not poking fun at the Order of the Knights, are you?
That was certainly not our intention. We were merely noting that your appearance is somewhat unusual.
You're saying we're unusual, are you? Well, that's an unusual thing to say. We usually patrol Labyrinthia, doing our usual duty of keeping the usual order. Tell me, what's unusual about that? If anyone's unusual here, it's you two. Now, I find it quite unusual that I've never seen either of you characters before. Which part of town are you from?
We just came in the back of a wagon through that gate over there. But then we noticed the gate had vanished. You didn't see anything, did you?
Gate? What gate?
But there was a gate. We just came through it from the outside.
Outside? Now, I've been patient with you two, but nothing you're saying makes a lick of sense.
My apologies. I'm afraid it has been a while since we were here on Main Street. But I seem to remember that there have been a gate of some sort around here. But, Professor... Luke, I think it would be prudent to play along here.
There's definitely something fishy about you two.
Captain, I don't suppose these two are...
No, I doubt that. Although they do look and act strangely.
Maybe we can test them to see if they really do live here?
Or test? Yes, that might be a good idea. I know a good way of deciding whether you two are dubious characters or not.
What are you going to do?
Well, it's very simple. If you really are upstanding members of this community, then you'll be able to solve this.
Solve? Solve what?
Luke, it appears this town has puzzles similar to those of our own world. What are you mumbling about? Are you ready? Then here we go. Of all the things to be the same, had to be the puzzles. Everyone knows that here at the Order, we strive for excellence. Ensuring that you can properly block any attack with your shield is an integral part of maintaining that reputation. We're not leaving here until you until each and every one of yours shows me you can block. Now show me what you've got. Touch the piece that would like to move on the touchscreen below, side to side to move the piece around the screen. Okay. When you've found the desired location for the piece, release it by lifting the stylus from the screen. Okay. Oh, I see. So everyone that's attacking needs to have a matching shield. Basically. So maybe like that. But then we would need... No, this one's gonna have to go in the corner because we can't rotate. So we need this guy here, maybe? This guy can go anywhere. But then this guy's not blocking. Wait, hang on. But then this guy needs to block. I think that's right. No, then he's not right. Shit. Okay, so we have one guy that's only blocking and one guy that's only attacking. But they can't go together because they're not lining up. So where can we put this? This guy has to go in the corner, I think. Because, like, we can't... I mean, I guess the only other place he could go is, like, here. Because then they're facing each other and so it doesn't matter, right? That could be the case. We also have someone going up, though. So if he was here, that might be okay. But then we need someone else going down over here. Wait, I think that works. He's blocking. He's getting blocked. He's getting blocked. He's getting blocked. He's not attacking anyone, but that doesn't matter. Blocking, blocking, blocking. No one's getting attacked. Everyone's blocking, right? Block all the swords. That's all you wanted, right? Ensure you can properly block any attack with your shield's integral part and maintain that reputation. Not leaving here until each and every one of you shows me you can block. Well, everyone is blocking. Never said anything about, you know, not attacking. Let's see if that's it.
Already seen the answer.
Oh. Maybe everyone has to attack too?
There's still much to be learned.
Pay attention to position and nice focus to train defense. Yeah, make sure everyone is facing a shield. Okay, try again. Does that know what I did? Did I not do it right? Everyone's got a shield. Does anyone here see something wrong? Because I'm not seeing anything wrong. It never said that everyone had to attack someone with a shield. It just said everyone had to block an attack. Bottom left? Yeah, well, I know bottom left's not attacking anyone, but they're still blocking. Never said that. Okay, I mean, fair enough. If we have to, like, if everyone has to attack an opponent or attempt to attack an opponent, then fair. I can do that. It's just that description doesn't say that. Properly block any attack with your shield. All that means is the need to block an attack. But fine, I can make them all attack too. That's not an issue. We'll just have to rearrange some things. Okay, anyone with a shield pointing up then has to be down here. Anyone with a shield on this side has to be somewhere over here. So I'm just trying to sort these right now. So let's see what we got here. Well, wait a second then. How's this? This can't be possible then. Can it? Well, actually, I guess you would have to go down here too. Who has to go on the bottom? Everyone that has anything pointing up has to go at the bottom. Anyone with anything pointing down has to go at the top. So that leaves these two as they can be interchangeable. So we got two attacks going down and a shield going down. So that means these two guys would have to be somewhere in here. Let's try this. I mean, it makes sense that he would go in the corner then. Okay, that's a closed loop. Which is fine. Oh no, he's getting attacked. That's not fine. But then we still have to block that guy. Okay, well now everyone's blocking again, but again... Oh no, you're not still not blocking, right. So maybe this guy has to go down here? No, but then this guy's still a problem. Well, this guy has to go down here too, because if he has to attack someone, then... But it can't be him, obviously. Has to be clean, I think. Yeah, I guess so. Maybe I just maybe I read too hard into the rules. Thinking like, oh, they're all blocking. It doesn't matter if, you know, some of them are attacking nothing. But if they all have to attack each other too, then we have to figure this out. Okay, where am we missing so far? So we're missing these two are wrong. They can't be like that. This guy's also an issue. What if we did something like this? Well, now he's getting wasted. Then you still have to attack someone or block someone too. Well, there's only two options for this guy to block. It's this or this, right? Because they're the only ones attacking down. Okay, so let's think about it that way. So this guy cannot be attacked whatsoever because he has no blocking. He can only attack. This guy can be blocked from this side, so he has to have someone from the right and facing down. Well, that's only this two. So these two have to go next to each other, because if this has to be clean, then there's no other solution. He can't be attacked from behind, so he has to go in this corner. So I think he is secured to go here. Unless there's like another orientation that someone else can go and can actually, that doesn't attack him. Like, I guess he could go next to this guy. But then that wastes him, so that doesn't make a lot of sense. And then there's this guy with the 2 attacks. He can't go up here, he has to be down here. But then he gets stopped. We sure this can be clean? No, because then he gets... Okay, this one kind of makes sense to be like this. 2 shield in the corner feels like it's meant to trip you up, might not be answered. Yeah, I'm starting to think that too. Like, same with the 2 sword guy. I'm only putting him here for now because that's just how I have it orientated, but I'm trying to see if there's like, what if we did something like this? Right? But there's no... Okay, him going there is fine. But we can't have him there. The 2 shield guy has to go in one of these 3 slots. It's the only place it makes sense to put him, right? So we could try him here. But then there's not really... So the problem with this, with him being here, is that there's no one that could go in this position. That makes sense. Like, this guy can't go there because then he wastes an attack. It goes off the side. The only other option then is... Well, it's like this one. That can't be it. That doesn't make sense. So if he doesn't go in the corner, it's going to have to be here. So it's either here or here. He can't go here or here. The 2 shield guy. 2 attack and 2 block might need to be back to back. Yeah, I'm thinking that this is the only logical place for them to be. This guy could go here. Maybe. I'll have to look more into it, but... Okay, this is a closed loop. This makes sense. But now... But now they're not blocking. And then now he's getting attacked. No, this one has a shield above. He has to go in the bottom row. What if this guy goes here and this guy goes here? I think that might make the most sense. fuck, but then that guy's still getting attacked. Wait, no, he's not. He's got a shield. Is that everything? No, this guy's getting attacked, though. Right. That's what I'm saying. This guy can go there. Oh, there we go. Attack block, attack block, attack block. Attack block, attack block, attack block, attack block.
I've already seen the answer. You should expect no less from a gentleman.
Well, messed it up once. That's okay. Perfect form. You've done the order proud. As for the slackers, continue yourselves training overtime until you get it right.
Truly impressive puzzle solving. Of course, any member of our community could solve it. But those who can solve it with this level of insight are few and far between. You are no longer under suspicion, although I must advise you to speak and act with more caution henceforth. Today being a special day, we're on an even higher level of alert than usual.
Seemed a bit touch and go for a moment, but I think we convinced him.
Not only that, but it seems that puzzles are a familiar concept here. Which means that if we run into trouble, we should be able to overcome it through our usual puzzle-solving approach.
That's good to know. That puzzle was a bit different to what we're used to, though.
Seemed to be a puzzle rather unique to this town. And all the more worth solving for it, wouldn't you say, Luke?
Too right, Professor.
So what's our next step? Well, my boy, first and foremost, I suggest we take a look around and investigate this town of Labyrinthia.
Alright, let's do that. But where should we start? We know next to nothing about this town.
That's true, Luke. Although, if you recall, we do know somebody who has been here before us.
Ah, you mean Carmine, right?
Precisely. It appears that Carmine was able to leave this town and return to London. However, it would also appear that he was unaware of how he managed to do so.
So you mean Carmine's activities here may be our only clue to getting back?
I'm afraid so, Luke. First things first, let's see if we can find any signs of his presence here.
Right you are, Professor. Let's start investigating.
Enjoy yourselves while you can. You will no doubt soon realize the role you have been chosen to play. Always bother me if I lose points on puzzles. I can't get that back, so it's a permanent bad mark. Yeah, I mean that's just one of the things that you have to deal with when playing a Professor Layton game. You know, part of it is just like getting the highest score. I mean, sure, you could probably just save scum as often as you want, try and do it. But you know, for me, I like going for the true score. I like keeping things legit. If I mess up, I mess up. Here's another puzzle. Speaking of which,
I haven't seen you two around here before. Do you know where you're standing? Well, I might be wrong, but I think we're in Labyrinthia. That's not what I mean. You tell him, Cecil. Me? Well, it's just that this is our territory, you see. Your territory? That's right. You two just went and walked right into our territory. Oh, I get it. You mean we walked into the area you always play in, right? Sorry, we didn't realize. Do you mind if we join you here for a while? You heard him. What do you think? I guess it'd be alright. The more the merrier, I say. Fine, here's what we'll do. You can solve this puzzle and you can stick around. It's our initiation test.
it's a puzzle by kids. How hard could it be? Unusual music box. There are four dolls atop a music box. Each doll is facing a different direction. Touching the buttons on the touchscreen will rotate two of the dolls 90 degrees. Rotate the dolls so they're all faced forward. However, you cannot press the same button twice in a row. Ah. Okay. Each 4 buttons moves a different pair of dolls. Press the buttons to move all dolls so they're facing forwards. Okay, so this one rotates. So that rotates the back 2. And that rotates the front 2. And then that rotates... Okay, I see. They're aligned with the buttons on the screen. So it's logical, at least. Okay, so this one's 1 away from facing forward. This one just faced forward. That back one is facing forward. Can we press this one again? Yes. The one in the far back's already facing forward, so I'm wondering if there's like a way we can do this. Well, that would be the answer, wouldn't it? Oh no, that's... Facing forward isn't forwards to me. Okay, come on, you know where I was getting with this. They're facing forward from my perspective. I'm facing them and it's forward from there. Okay, fine. I'll spin them around. That's not hard to do. Because we just go like that. And 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 it's done.
This is my answer. As you'd expect from a gentleman in training.
I think part of the reason why I remember finding this game easier is that they gave you more pick-a-rats for like the easiest shit in the world. Like this would have been a 10 pick-a-rat puzzle back in like say Curious Village. Not 20.
Hey, you're pretty good. That was a piece of cake. After all, solving puzzles is my specialty. Yeah, me too. It only take me 10 seconds to solve a puzzle like that. Really? I didn't know you solved puzzles. You just keep out of this. Nobody asked you. Anyway, you're not an official member of As Promised. From now on, you're number 2. Number 2? Yep, I'm number 1. You should feel proud. As number 2, you can walk around the town freely. Not only that, but I'll let you in on a little secret. If you check those green flags over there, you'll find something I hid there. Okay, thanks. Somehow, I get the feeling that even if I hadn't become number 2, I could have walked around the town freely.
What are you talking about? These guys would have totally attacked you. They would have broke your kneecaps. Thanks for the coin, suckers. Well, finding the pick-a-rats is nowhere near as fun when you don't have to tap furiously on the screen.
Look at all the fresh produce, Professor.
Seems people here do not need to rely on barter. They have their own currency. What if they deal in pick-a-rats? These guys love puzzles so much. What if they, like, use it as currency? Where do these coins come from anyways? You know, they're in every single Professor Layton game. But no one's ever explained how they get in these positions. There was a puzzle, he was not paying attention. See, it was like a blink and you miss it puzzle. It's like it wasn't worth 20 pick-rats, that was worth like 10.
I'm just so happy. Why are you so happy? Well, that should be obvious. Today I get to gaze upon Inquisitor Burnham in all his splendor. Inquisitor Burnham? What's he like? Are you serious? I can't believe there's a young boy who doesn't know all about Zach Barnum. He's so splendid and handsome and kind. He's just amazing. I'm surprised anyone could be that wonderful. Oh, you'll understand when you see him. He'll be making his appearance soon, over on North Parade Avenue. I'm just so happy. I have to go in now and see what I will see.
She seems to be headed north.
She said North Parade Avenue, didn't she? Do you think some sort of event will be taking place there?
I can't say for certain, but wherever you look, townspeople certainly do seem excited about something. Could be that some kind of special social event is being held today.
Sounds exciting. Let's hurry up and see what's going on.
Any more puzzles over here? Hell yeah. That's what we like to see. There's no way in hell I'm gonna find every puzzle. I think even in my completed save, I've still missed like a million puzzles.
Oh, what way have we here? A man and a lad, like two lost sheep. It makes me sad. Wow, are you singing for us? Ah, how fascinating. This man is clearly a minstrel. Minstrel? They were around in the Middle Ages, weren't they? Indeed. In the Middle Ages, minstrels were a kind of professional musician or poet. Although I do find it a little embarrassing to be referred to as a lost sheep. Well, at least it's better than being called a little lost lamb, right, Professor? Little lost lambs, please have no fear. The bard, your shepherd, is standing right here. Labyrinthine town, so your ways be known. I shall give the lambs a map of their very own. You're right, Luke. I did prefer sheep. But it is most kind of this gentleman to provide us with a map of the town. It is my pleasure. It is my delight. I am only doing what is right. Thank you, Minstrel. This map will come in handy. The sheep are happy. The bard is pleased. But sadly, that map is a bit of a tease. Huh? What do you mean? Actually, the map I just gave you is all in pieces. What? Wow, what an asshole. Just handed us this broken map. Can't believe he'd do that. Town map is broken up into 12 separate pieces. Touch each piece to correctly rearrange the map. Oh, we can move them. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Is there any, like, corner pieces like that one? And maybe that one. This one's a dead end. I wouldn't say that's a corner. This one's got, like, a bit that goes down and right. It's also got a bit in the middle, so it's probably in the middle somewhere. Actually, if this is a... These don't really connect, so this might not be a corner, actually. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, this can't be a corner, because the way they line up. Like, there has to be something up there. What connects to this? Oh, you do. Well, that makes sense, I guess. It's like that, maybe? I'm assuming it's not going to be a closed loop. Now that I look at it, because, like, this bit clearly goes off the left. I don't think that's going to be anywhere. That connects there. Then we need, like, a little bit at the bottom to connect to that. I don't see anything like that, though. Okay, well, we know that this piece... These can't go down here, because then they don't line up at all. And we know these three pieces line up, so they have to be in this column. So this has to be at the top, because it matches perfectly. Oh, don't worry, there'll be plenty of slide puzzles. In fact, some of my favorite puzzles in this game are the slide puzzles. If you ever played Rush Hour, expect those. I think there's like at least 3 or 4 of those in this one. I remember those being some of my favorite. I can't remember if this game had... I want to say it had a gyro puzzle. I honestly can't remember if it did, though. Does that line up? No, it doesn't. It looked like it did at the top, but I don't... Oh, there we go. Well, I had that one there earlier. Never mind. We just gotta figure out this bottom corner now. Oh, well, there. That did it. So that goes there. And then... That doesn't really line there. Oh, there we go. That doesn't make any sense. This also doesn't make any sense. That road just kind of ends, which is strange. Oh, maybe it's like a dead end? Because, like, it looks like it lines up, but I'm not sure. I mean, these two clearly line up. Oh, there we go. I didn't see that little bit at the top of that one. That makes sense. No? That makes sense there. That one just does... This one doesn't make sense, though. Something's off here. Okay, that lines up there. Because the houses now line up.
trying to see, like... This house kind of lines up at the bottom, but not here. Not those two line up. Okay, it's this road in the middle. This one here that's, like, going straight across. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. None of this stuff lines up. Unless... how do we want to rearrange this? I just realized that I think that might have been why it looked weird and didn't work. And now it works. And that looks better. I'm going to submit that.
Let's see if
I was like a row off.
Ah, the joy of solving puzzles.
You're now fully equipped to explore Labyrinthia. Oh, mappy days.
Minstrel?
You did it, you fixed the map.
Well done. Now I can continue with my bardly descriptions of the town.
The sheep helped the shepherd, and now all is well. The bard he can sing, of the town he can tell.
Please think nothing of it. I'm just glad we have the map in one piece.
Now let me tell you about our proud town. The first thing you should know is that it is round. Right is a baker selling bread for your meal. Left is a weaponsmith sharpening steel. In the north of the town people gather and wait. And I must go soon before it's too late.
There definitely seems to be something big going on in the north, Professor.
Yes, it would appear so, Luke. Let's make sure we have a look a little later. East shopping area. West shopping area. Lots of places to go. Let's go east first. Who's all here? Ah, puzzle!
Wow, a bakery! And it smells so good! If it's a bakery you want, you're out at the moment. They should be back soon. That's too bad. But don't you think the taste of the bread has changed a bit recently? And the people working there seem somehow different too. But then, I also feel like they've always been working there.
Do you mean to say you're not certain?
No, I'm not. It's just that somehow I have the feeling that there are more people working there now.
There's something I'd like to ask you. How knowledgeable are you about the people of this town?
The people? Well, I have lived here all of my life, so I guess I know most of them. Why do you want to know?
I would just like to know if you have ever met a man called Carmine.
Carmine? Sorry, but no. I've never seen, nor heard of anyone by that name.
You've never heard of him? How curious.
Do you think he was just going under a different name here?
I mean, there's a lot of people in this town. Who's to say he's just never met Carmine? Like, I don't go up and to a random person in my city and ask if they know someone and then call it suspicious when they say no.
More importantly, shouldn't you two be on your way? Everyone else is already headed there.
Is there something else we should be doing?
Are you kidding? With all the townspeople getting so excited like this? You two must be waiting as well, right? Want to kill some time with a puzzle?
Of course. Why wouldn't I do anything else? Of course it would be a puzzle. There are 6 puppets, each with individually controlled body parts. Each have a total of 6 parts, a head, body, and 2 arms and legs. The controls for each of the puppet's body parts have to be separated. Use the styles to connect each puppet with the correct number of body parts. Note that none of the connections can overlap. Ah, it's one of these. Okay. Drag things. Yep. Can erase colored space by touching. Can erase the entire set of colored puppet parts by touching icon puppet set. Okay. All puppet parts from the color without any breaks between them. Can we, like, bend corners? Yeah, it's literally one of these. Okay, so we need 2 arms, 2 legs, and a torso. So let's start with the blue, actually. This one looks the most doable. 2 arms. Oh, it's even easier because we could just go like that. It's not even have to be a straight line. It can just be whatever shape you want. That's great. Like, that one's pretty easy, right? Let's do that, maybe? That works. just gotta be careful here, because now we're starting to get into... see, this is what I mean. We're short one. Because I need to do something a little different here. Oh, it can't go like that. Trying to see where we can... We need an extra hand here, right? Oh, wow. I think I know where I messed up, actually. I have to go back a little bit, because I need an extra hand, so this hand needs to come from elsewhere. Like so. And then this one... There we go. Okay, it's not as bad as I thought it would be. That's done. There.
See what you think of this.
I thought I had to, like, go back to the purple.
I did it!
But then I noticed that, oh, I don't have to go that far back. I thought, like, I had to undo everything. Correct. The puppets look very pleased to be standing on their feet again.
Pulling the strings is far better than having your strings pulled, don't you think? Bravo. Brilliantly solved.
Thank you.
So something really is about to happen. You seriously don't know?
Amazing.
To think that there could be anyone in town who could be so clueless. Well, if you don't know, why not come and see for yourselves? As they say, seeing is believing. Or should it be, a picture is worth 1,000 words? I'm sure you get what I mean. You could have just told us. This is all a bit exasperating.
Well, it looks as if we'll just have to go and see for ourselves. As soon as we finish looking around, let's head for North Parade Avenue.
Sounds good, Professor.
There's some milk in it. This must be a dairy farm somewhere in Labyrinthia. No one else has any puzzles. Like nothing else looks... Oh, there's a hint coin. We'll take that, I guess. The bakery. Labyrinthians do not seem to suffer from food shortage. You know, your typical, like, fantasy RPG town. They always seem to be well stocked, but you never see any, like, farms or anything anywhere. They'll all look medieval, but they seem to have, like, the same production quality as, like, modern times. But no one ever questions it. Like, it's just one of those things you just never question in those kinds of games. Layton thinking about where the milk came from is very clever. Where did you think you would think the milk would come from, huh? Oh, fuck. Let me switch that.
Cobblestones. They remind me of some areas of London.
The roads in this town are very well maintained. I wish I could say the same about London. You know, for a gentleman, he's pretty quick with the wit. Ah, a puzzle. The knights seem to love puzzles.
This is definitely the best weapon shop. I could bill a month's pay in this place. This sword, this axe, this mace, that new shield over there.
What more could a knight like me ask for? Wait, you have to pay for your own weapons? They don't provide them? They all seem to be painstakingly crafted.
But I can't help but wonder how a knight would be able to move with all this equipped. A soldier unable to wield this equipment is not fit to be called a knight. What's more, this amount of equipment is but the bare minimum required to effectively oust wrongdoers. Such a knave might come at me just like this.
Notice that current's most strained while on my night watch. I see 4 of my shadows being reflected by the light, where there should be but 1. Which manner of witchery is this? Find my true shadow and fail this miserable curse. Alright, which one is the correct shadow? It's not C. Or wait, is it C? No, C delays when he crouches. I'm looking at A right now. A looks like it's jiggling in a way that he shouldn't be, but maybe I'm wrong. Wait, am I choosing... Which one? Find my true shadow and fail this miserable... Okay, you have to find a true one. No, C sticks out, but C is definitely wrong, because like if once it gets past this pillar, you can see. Like, it's delayed. Like, it doesn't look like it quite matches. Him thinking there should be a dairy farm inside the city is something I didn't think about before he said to. Yeah, I mean, like, well, if everyone's, like, Ace in this town and there's totally no gate and there never was a gate, ever, where do you think all the food comes from, right? Has to be a farm. I mean, if you think about it, though, like, some castles back in the day, they did have, like, farms inside the walls. This one's arm strains out, this D. I don't think that's true. No, he never strains his arm, so it's not D. C is lagging, so it can't be that. I'm looking at A and B. They look like they're very similar. I don't see what's wrong with either of them. I'm literally looking at A and B at the same time, and I see nothing wrong with either of them. Huh. You think B's wrong? What about B makes you think it's wrong? I don't see what the difference is. Like, obviously there has to be a difference. Spikes are wrong on the B. Oh! Oh, you're right, they are. Wait, no, aren't they correct on B? Wouldn't A be wrong then? Because look at A. A has like 2 spikes at the top, but there's only 1 on his actual mace. Spikes on ball is wrong in A. Oh, yeah. Oh, you said A. Sorry, I misread. You're right. Yeah. Okay. We were thinking the same thing here. Yeah. A is the incorrect one then. Or the... No, B is the correct one, right. A is wrong because it has the wrong spikes. C is lagging. And D has the wrong pose. So B is the correct one.
Allow me to show you my puzzle-solving skills.
Yeah. No, I see what you were saying. I mistook what you were saying.
Are there to be solved.
Excellent. Then nefarious witchcraft has been thwarted. Saw right through that shadowy deception with consummate ease. Such powers of observation are outstanding. If you notice anything untoward, be sure to let me know immediately. Certainly. We'd be pleased to help. Unfortunately, villains tend to be careful too. You say I've heard many tales about badly behaved youths. It seems there are 2 in particular who are up to no good together. I intend to deal with them before any of the townsfolk fall foul of their misdeeds. So I must remain on my guard at all times, in case they suddenly appear. It's definitely a nightly sort of night. These streets seem so peaceful, it's hard to imagine any villains around here. It's a shame. Well, we must hope they apprehend those individuals soon. Let's offer our support too, where we can. Right you are, Professor. He's come. The teller has come. Quick, we must go and see him on North Parade Avenue. Oh no, I'm late. I've been meaning to wait for him this morning. Center of town is certainly bustling. Something looks set to start at North Parade Avenue. Everyone's heading that way. Come on, Professor. Let's go with him. Alright, North Parade Avenue. Was it? He's about to appear. This is the moment I've been waiting for ever since I began queuing this morning. I can hear their footsteps. He'll be here any moment now. And that means Inquisitor Barnum will be with him. Oh, I just can't wait to see Zacky Wacky up close. Come on. We're waiting. Once it's over, I have to get back and finish my deliveries. Come on. We people have gathered in the street, we all wait. Waiting to see him to learn of our fate. Dearie me, look at them all clamoring for a peek. It's as if this has never happened before. It would be more fitting and proper to wait with calmness and solemnity, to show our respect. We always have trouble mingling with the common masses. Now
down now. Get out of the way. Let a lady and her goat see.
Great voice acting on the goat.
Attention, you rabble! Keep that line straight there.
It looks like it's beginning at last, Professor.
Yes, you appear to be right, my boy. The level of excitement is remarkable.
Hey, you! You with the tall hat! I can't see a thing!
Sorry, ma'am,
I
but
beg your pardon, madam. What might be the occasion?
a real gentleman never removes his hat for anything.
What are you saying? I've never heard such nonsense. And to think that he is about to appear!
Sorry, but when you say he, who exactly do you mean?
Sure, you two can't be serious. Why, it's him, of course! The town's creator! The storyteller himself!
The storyteller.
Huh? The creator of Labyrinthia?
Well, that sounds like something we might want to meet. Yeah, Snowy's clearly the best character. Just wait until Snowy appears in court. That's when you know this is a real Phoenix Wright game. It's not a real Phoenix Wright game until you interrogate the animals.
Wow, Professor, this is amazing.
And that must be this town's creator.
Thank you, storyteller. Thank you for granting me this lovely baby girl. Look at my mother. She was in bed, but now she's as fit as a fiddle.
I'm gonna train this man like God. That's be a joke. What? Interrogating an animal?
Behold your new story.
That's more likely than you think.
Wow, that was amazing, wasn't it, Professor?
Indeed, but something would appear to be amiss.
This story is too horrible.
Without a doubt, this is terrible.
This doesn't look good. Today I'll finish up my deliveries and go home early. Up until a moment ago, everyone is so excited. But now that the parade has passed, the mood seems totally different.
They all seem to be afraid of something.
Yes, it's very strange. Professor, there's one of those sheets of paper over there.
That must be one of the sheets that the knights were throwing to the crowd. Problem seems to be related to what's written on those sheets of paper.
Hang on, I'll pick one of them up. This doesn't look like a typical letter or anything like that.
It's hard to imagine what could be so terrible. Let's start by giving it a read through.
Okay, Professor.
The fearsome witch moved deeper into the moonlit wood, casting a deathly shadow as she passed between the trees. And when the two young companions stepped into the darkness of the wood, they were drawn into her magic fire, and their lives were consumed in its flames. After finding themselves in Labyrinthia, the professor and Luke saw the parade of the town's creator, the storyteller. But on reading the story that was distributed to them, the townsfolk became afraid. A horrific story on the piece of paper described how two young companions would be burned to death by a witch.
What could that mean? A witch again? And what about where it says, their lives were consumed in the flames?
Luke,
Let's cast our minds back to what Espella said in London. I seem to recall her mentioning that those witches had followed her from Labyrinthia. So that would mean that the witches we saw in London really were from this town? A witch in this story. Do you think she's the one from before? It's still too early to say, but at any rate, this seemingly prophetic story is rather disturbing. To young companions, it sounds like a certain man in blue and a girl in purple. But it could also be a man in orange and a boy in blue. I only came here to see Inquisitor Barnum, and this story is what I get. Oh my, what bad luck this is. Oh no, no, no. It's been so peaceful and now the witch is going to strike again. What a fearful world we live in. What a horrible story. I can't stay here any longer. I'm headed straight back to the market stall where I could be with my lovely little goats. Well, it seems that what's written here is indeed the reason for all this unrest. It's definitely a little ominous, but it's only a story, right? It's precisely because it's the story that we're all so afraid. Don't you even know that much? Without fail, whenever a witch appears, somebody dies. Even if what you say is true, there's no reason to be afraid. After all, it's just a story. It's hardly going to become a reality. What are you saying? Yes, what do you mean by that? Eh? You're not implying that you don't believe in the story, are you? No, no, no. No. No, no, no! You'll get your comeuppance for this. Hey, you two. What's all this fuss about? Us? Nothing. We're not making a fuss. What is it? Was something the matter? Captain, it's these two, sir. They're creating a bit of a disturbance. Well, well, it's you two. Causing trouble again, are ya? Ah, Captain. These two here are claiming that the story won't become a reality. How can they say such a thing? What's that? Well, simply can't be. You claim that you don't believe what the storyteller writes. Could it be that you two... No, it couldn't be. A moment ago, they were claiming to have seen a witch. Honestly, that's what they were saying. Look, there are two of them. They could be the two in the story. The pair that gets killed by the witch. Well, they could be. Or even if they're not, they must have something to do with the witch. Professor? This atmosphere is somewhat unsettling. It appears my original instincts regarding you two were indeed well-founded. You're clearly suspicious. Men, surround them. I got too caught up in the cutscene. See, you're saying Layton's too old, but I mean, everyone else agrees. Layton and Luke could be the ones in the story. Actually, fun fact, Layton's not even in his 30s. If you can believe that. I think he's like 27 or something like that. Easy, Luke. Professor, this isn't good. Perhaps we should make a run for it. Agreed. But running off blindly in any old direction is unlikely to prove successful. We're too unfamiliar with the streets of this town. What? I wouldn't think of running if I were you. Just give up peacefully. Professor? I thought Lane was like 40 at least. Nah, he's not even 30 if I remember correctly. Actually, I'll Google his age right now.
I'm pretty sure, like, I was surprised too when I found out. I don't recall where it's mentioned. I think it's like, it's implied from context clues. I want to say it's like, mostly Unwound Future, I think, is where most of the evidence comes from. Let's see here, but his age is known. It could also just be like supplementary data. Oh, maybe I can't search for it that way. What the hell? Okay, here we go. He is... I know his age is known somewhere. It's not even on the wiki. Nah, his age was like said in something. It was like it was implied from one of the games or something like that. But he's supposed to only be like 20 to 30 years old. Like, he's not old in the slightest. Hardly 40 for sure. Well, is he? I mean, he probably does age through games. He might. I know age. I mean, time does pass. But I think he's like... I don't know. Okay, this game in particular. So, first of all, this game isn't canon. Let's get that out of the way. This game is not technically canon. But I think, in terms of Professor Layton, I think this game takes place before Unwound Future, but after Diabolical Box, just because Luke is with him. And Luke hasn't moved to America yet. Which happens at the end of Unwound Future. So it has to be between those two, because of Luke's outfit and the fact he's with Layton. But I believe Layton in like most of the games is like in his 20s or maybe early 30s at most. Definitely not 40. Mr. Layton, Luke, both of you, over here. That voice. Hang on, isn't that... The voice came from the back street over there. Come on, Luke, let's run. Okay, Professor. Maybe it's a little iffy to get a correct age on Wiki. The Wiki didn't even have an age to begin with, but I know that it was like said in something. It could have been an interview or something, but I thought like it was also calculated through evidence in the games. I just can't remember where that evidence would have come from. Oi, wait! Stop! Come back here! After them, men! They're getting away! Yes, sir, Captain! We looked up a guy and say he was 37. What? Maybe he's like 37 now. There was like a big time jump with the more recent games. Like the one that came out on Switch and 3DS was like a huge time jump of like 10 plus years. Well after this game would have taken place. As I thought. It really was you, Espella. But why? Why are you... Shh. I'll explain later. Please. Just wait here quietly. Right. Where are they? Which way did they go? Captain, we seem to have lost them. What? They must still be here somewhere. Find them. It appears we've managed to elude them. But what now? We can't stay here. They're bound to find us sooner or later. Let's move elsewhere. If we keep to the back streets, we should be able to reach the square without being seen. Follow me. Okay. We're in your hands. Come on, this way. And keep quiet. Maybe we'll get an age if Layton shows up in one of the court records. They always put the ages of everyone in there. I was rather too close for comfort. It seems you rescued us this time. It was nothing. I'm just glad you were both able to get away safely. But what are you both doing here in Labyrinthia? We'd like to ask you the same question. What about you, Espella? What happened after we were separated in London? I remember you jumping aboard that cargo vessel. Did you have any trouble getting away?
Well, that is,
Easy now, Luke. You mustn't bombard Espella with questions like that.
I'm sorry, Espella. No, I'm the one who should apologize. I'm afraid it's just not very clear.
When I saw there was like a flashback in Unwound Future where he's 27, that flashback took place 10 years before. Oh, was he 27 in the flashback? I thought he was younger in the flashback. No, I guess that makes sense, because he would have been in university. The flashback in Unwound Future was, yeah, when he was still in university. And that takes place 10 years. I don't remember too much the timeline of that game, because that one's a little... For spoilers, it's weird. But it's actually not weird. It's strange to think about.
You have no reason to apologize, Espella. What you say it's not... When you say it's not very clear, what do you mean precisely?
Well, to be honest, I seem to be unable to clearly recall what happened.
Is that so? After we put you aboard that ship, we should have followed after you. But at any rate, I'm relieved to see that you're all right now.
Yes, I am. Thanks to you both. It's good that we can meet again like this. So happy to see you here. Too right. We're both very happy too, aren't we, Professor?
We certainly are, Luke.
Let me guess. You both came here to solve the puzzles of Labyrinthia, didn't you? Well, yes. Something like that. Right, Professor?
Actually, the truth of the matter is, we don't really know why we're here.
Eh?
It seems as if... Well, it's almost as if we've been sucked right into that book's story.
Sucked into the story?
If it's okay with you, Espella, I'd like to ask you some questions about Labyrinthia.
We can't really settle down here for a chat, can we? Those knights might find us again. We'll need somewhere to lie low for a while. Ah, I know. If it's alright with you two. Yes? For now, Mrs. Eclair, the local bread maker, is kindly putting me up in her shop. If you don't mind, you're welcome to come to my room. I'm afraid it's only an attic room, so it's a little small. Really? I mean, are you sure it's okay? If they were to find us there, wouldn't that mean trouble for everyone at the shop? Not at all. You shouldn't even think like that. After all, it was you two who rescued me in London, wasn't it? So if there's anything I can do, you must let me help in whatever way I can.
Espella, thank you. Allow us to graciously accept your kind offer.
Okay. Let's make our way there. We'll keep an eye out for those knights. The bakery is on the eastern side of town.
I think it's about 36 there. Okay, maybe that's true. I mean, certainly not the 40s, though. Certainly not in his 40s. Down in Labyrinthia is a mysterious place of witches and witchcraft, where everything written by the storyteller becomes reality.
Labyrinthia is a world in which the people live in fear of witches and witchcraft, and where knights are their only protection.
Doesn't seem like very good protection. I mean, a guy with a sword's gonna beat someone who can hurl fireballs? Yeah, right.
It's a water fountain. The water looks very clear. It may be suitable for drinking.
There must be a spring somewhere nearby. Many people come all the way here for water.
They come to this tiny little fountain for their water. You know, if you have a fountain working like this, you'd think there'd be like indoor plumbing or something. None of these places have hidden puzzles. That's good. I like that it's able to tell you. Although I end up missing puzzles anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Ah, we're here. This is the bakery. I can smell the bread baking. There's some excellent bakers working here. Come on, I'll introduce you. Ah, Professor, it's a smell of freshly baked bread.
Indeed, Luke.
It's certainly whetting my appetite. I bet the staff here are really talented.
Welcome! Our bakery uses only the finest ingredients. Upper crust goods for not much dough.
Talented and highly enthusiastic, it seems.
He's kneading the dough pretty hard, isn't he?
Yeah, I gotta get it nice and kneaded for the oven.
I would rather liken the motion to pounding myself.
Mr. Wright, these gentlemen aren't customers. They're my friends.
I mean, we wouldn't say no to bread either. Why not both?
Hey, Espella, welcome home.
Hello, Maya. Where's Aunt Patty?
The boss? She's gone to the market. She should be back at any time now. Sorry about Nick here. He didn't realize you weren't customers.
Not at all. There's nothing wrong with such sincere dedication to one's job.
Mr. Wright, Maya, meet my friends, Mr. Layton and Luke.
A pleasure. My name is Herschel Layton.
And I'm Luke Triton. Nice to meet you.
I'm Maya Fey. And this is Nick, my assistant baker.
Phoenix Wright, pleased to meet you. How come I'm the assistant?
Well, it's interesting that there's bakers in this town that look exactly like a couple of lawyers that we know. Mr. Phoenix Wright and Miss Maya Fey. Somehow not quite the names I'd expect to hear around here. Have you both been working here long? Yep, must be going on 5 years now. Isn't that right, Espella? Ah, yes, I suppose it must be. Say, you know what? Seeing as you're both friends of Espella, I think we can give you guys a little something, on the house, of course. Wow, really? Sure, why not? I actually just took some freshly baked walnut bread out of the oven, so... So, what smells the great smell is? I bet it's delicious. If you think the scent is good, you should try tasting it. You too, Mr. Layton. It's so good it'll knock your hat off. I'd be delighted to. That's most kind of you. Well, that's that then. Go ahead and help yourselves.
Take that!
Our bakery uses only the finest walnuts. You'll go nuts for our walnut bread. How many times do I gotta tell you, Nick? You're supposed to say, here's your order. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot. I don't know why, but I just get the urge to point and shout like that sometimes. Bad, Nick, bad. You can't keep shouting at the customers like that. The boss will be all over you like butter on toast. Ugh. Baker, he's quite the character, isn't he, Professor? Yes, indeed. There's something curious about both of them. They both seem somehow out of place in this world. Most intriguing. My room is upstairs. We can get there from behind the counter. Feel free to take something to eat. No! What's wrong? She seems to be upset about something. Let's ask if there's anything we can do to help. Right you are, Professor. Wow, I can't believe Maya Fey is about to give Professor Layton a puzzle. What's the matter, Miss Fey? It's these loaves of bread. And after I'd arranged them all so nicely, too. It's all Nick's fault. His pounding messed up everything. Me? But I was only kneading the dough. What am I gonna do? I have to fix this before the boss gets back. That's most unfortunate. Perhaps we can lend you a helping hand. Really? Oh, thanks a lot. You'd be doing me the biggest favor in the world. Maya, you could try to show a little restraint sometimes, you know? Not at all. Helping those in need is the duty of any true gentleman. Not only that, but if we all chip in and help, we'll soon have it sorted out. Totally. We should all help each other out in times of need, right?
Actually, what? We went to the bakery and we're getting bread. What's the problem here? I don't see what the problem is. Really, it's just a Professor Phoenix Wright. I mean, yeah, it's right on the box. You get what you pay for. Well, he's just Hildebrand, but good. Well, it's a good thing that there's like 7 other games with him in it. Soon to be 8. The neatly placed loaves of bread on display at the front of the bakery were thrown into disarray. In the process, it seems an extra loaf managed to find its way among the bunch. Take a look at the picture on the top screen and find the extra loaf of bread. Place it into the basket once you found it. Well, we can rotate the bread. This particular kind of puzzle requires you to manipulate the objects. Touch an end of an object and slide sides and circle rotate. Okay. And slide across the screen. Alright. So we gotta find... Well, what if we just, like, try and recreate the picture? You know? Maybe that would help? Oh, the lines on the bread are also fucked up. Okay, that one looks like it goes here. Can we just, like, toss these all in a pile here? I feel like this is the best way to handle this puzzle. Okay, there's possibly this one, but I only see 3 lines. We'll put that there as a maybe. Okay, this one's got 3 lines in the same direction. Kind of like this one, actually. I don't see... This one doesn't seem to... Oh wait, does it match this one up in the top left? It might? Like, how feasible is this? Because if that one's covering it, and then we put this one like this... Oh, these are going the wrong way. Oh, that's fine. No, never mind. I see. I had this wrong. See, this is why we're trying to recreate the scene here. Because now the lines are going in the right direction. I just have this read the wrong way. Although, it kind of looks like they're pretty close to each other. I don't see any with, like, both the berries and the orange on it, though. That's the problem. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3 visible berries and 1, 2, 3, 4 visible oranges. We also need to, like, find each of these lines. Like, okay, instead of trying to rearrange it, because this is clearly too much work, let's just see if we can spot all the for sure ones, like the ones that are completely uncovered. Like this one here. This one matches the one at the bottom left here. So we can check that off the list. That one's good. That's not an extra piece of bread. This one matches the berries in the center. So we know that one's good. This one, we don't know if that's any good, so we're going to put that down there for now. We'll put that in the unsure pile. These lines go the wrong way, however, it could be the one in the top right that you can see the orange. Oh, you know what? It's the top left. So excited for next game. I'm also looking forward to it. I still actually need to play like some of the 3DS games. I never actually finished. I played the first 3 Professor Laytons and I got like halfway through Miracle Mask, but never finished it. And I don't think I actually even own the other 2 3DS games, unfortunately. So I can't even play those. Why is the game called Layton versus Phoenix Wright? Where are they fighting? It doesn't make any sense to me. Well, they do kind of fight at one point. They do I mean, okay, in Japan, the word versus and like using X's and stuff is used in a very different manner than what we're used to and what we expect. But they do kind of face off at one point briefly. But yeah, for the most part, they do work together. Okay, this one matches that. So that one's good. I'm just like going through and trying to confirm as many as we can here. For sure. This one can't be any of them. This one might actually be our culprit. Although this one also I can't see any possible... Actually, it could be the one in the top right too. Shoot, okay. This one with 4 lines. This one with 4 lines is also possible. I want to say it could be this one simply because... Well, actually, wait. Could it, though? See, here's the tricky part. It's not like we're given an amount of bread. We don't know how many berries are supposed to be, how many oranges there's supposed to be, or if there's any of these without anything on them, right? That's the tricky part here. Just like lay these out so we can actually see. Maybe that'll help. So we got like the maybes down there and the for sure ones up top. Or I say for sure, but I'm not actually sure if they're sure. You'd love to watch me play at games? I've thought about them. I wasn't sure if people would actually be interested in them. I was thinking of treating this game specifically as sort of like a trial run for future Layton games. Because I might be down for them. I don't know when exactly, because I mean, we're still going through all the Phoenix Wright games. Only reason we're playing this is because I count it as a Phoenix Wright game. And I don't know if I want to do like 2 big, long visual adventure novel series back to back. But it is being considered, so if people like this and they want to see more Layton, it might be something I'll do in the future. Because they are very fun. I do like them, and there would be definitely some games that I haven't played yet. Okay, so we can say with certainty that this piece is fine, right? Because like it's totally visible in the center. That's what it looks like here. That one's fine. This one is also fine. These 2 are for sure fine because they're totally uncovered. They have to be it. This one is probably the one at the very top. So that one for sure is good. This one matches the one on the left here perfectly. It has to be good. So that one's got to be ruled out. This one's also fully visible. You can see in the bottom right. This one I'm not sure. It's down to these like 5 pieces here. Yeah, I mean, I'd probably just play them in release order. I think that would be the best. I know that there's like 2, like there's 2 trilogies, and then whatever the hell Lady Layton is on the Switch. I think that one's supposed to be like a 10-year time gap after the original 6, but there's like 2 trilogies. There's like the original trilogy from Curious Village to Unwound Future, and then there's like a sort of prequel trilogy which includes Miracle Mask and the 2 3DS games. And then there's like one with like supposedly, I guess it's Layton's daughter or something that takes place on Switch, and then there's a new one that comes out which is like a sequel to Unwound Future, which is kind of cool. That was like something I was always looking forward to, was like something that was like a sequel to the original trilogy, because I like those ones a lot. But I never really played the other ones, so never really got into them as a result. Okay, how do we determine which one of these is wrong? So we see 3 lines at the very top and 3 lines in the very middle. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, there's 4 of these need to be correct, obviously. Do we... Okay, this one's got the... I guess I need to figure out a better way to do this. So we know... Yeah, it's all the totally uncovered ones are accounted for. The ones that we can see every single part of it. So the 2 berries on the right, the top orange one, the one just below it, the one below that. So the only ones left... Is it this piece that's wrong? I think it's this piece. Because there is no orange that has like the angled lines toward each other, the V. Like you can see the orange at the bottom, it's got the V. But if you look at the covered orange, we know it can't be that one. Because how does that V doesn't match up with there, right? And this double one, I mean the double one's fine. This double one could be any of them. In fact, the double one's probably the one at the top right. It's gotta be this one. This one's the only one that doesn't match anything. One with the berry and the lines going down the top right is good. Yeah, this one's probably fine. I think it's gotta be this one, because like I don't see... The orange is next to a V. And I don't see any oranges next to a V. There's a V on the orange and the bottom, but it's in the wrong spot because there's a normal line before it. And even if you rotate this, like the lines are going the completely wrong way, it's got to be this one.
Don't worry, leave this one to me. Professor!
That took a lot longer than I probably should have. Now that's using your loaf. Is that a word for brain? I don't think I've ever heard that term.
Perfect. That's exactly how they were before. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks. You really saved my bacon.
It's no more than any young English gentleman would do. You said... English? What's that? Where have I heard it before? Hey, Maya, the boss is back.
And don't worry, you say that this is like a Professor Layton game with Phoenix Wright in it. There will be plenty of Phoenix Wright gameplay as well, both in and out of the courtroom.
Hello, everyone. Just as I was wondering when the commotion was about, I see you're back, Isabella. Welcome home, Aunt Patty. Were Maya and Phoenix doing a proper job of minding the shop while I was gone? Of course we did.
Naturally. You know you can count on us.
They may be calling her boss, but she seems like such a warm and friendly person.
She certainly does, Luke. And she has a heartwarming smile, too.
Oh, such flattery. You're just trying to make me blush. By the way, Isabella, are these 2 gentlemen customers of ours? These 2 are friends of mine. They kindly helped me out once in the past. I was so happy to see them again, I invited them here.
Pleased to meet you, madame. My name's Herschel Layton.
And I'm Luke Triton, the professor's apprentice. Is that so? It seems Isabella's indebted to you both, so it's certainly a pleasure to meet you both. As a thank you for helping Isabella, please feel free to stay as long as you like. We just happen to have an empty room that you're welcome to use if you wish.
Thank you for your kind offer, madame. Why is Phoenix bakery man now? What do you mean now? He's been a bakery man for the last 5 years. The man's just really passionate about baking. Nothing wrong with that. You might be thinking of a different Phoenix, right?
Ah, yes. I imagine you must both be feeling hungry. Well, actually, I'm more than a little peckish.
The other thing, too, about streaming the Phoenix Wright games, or the Professor Layton games, it's been so long since I played the original 3, that, like this game, I don't remember a lot of the details, actually. Or the puzzles, for that matter, so that'll be fun.
You don't say. Well, in that case, let me offer you something special. My very own creation.
Huh. Wonderful. And that face baked on the surface. A masterpiece. You don't have to be that nice, Layton.
Yes, I'm proud of it. I use a secret technique to make it extra fluffy. Only the best for our special guests. This is great. Still, we don't really have a whole lot else to offer. Only bread. Only bread? I mean...
Hey, Espella, shouldn't you show our guests to their room? Let's just forget the bread.
Forget the bread?
I mean...
Mr. Layton, Luke, let's go upstairs, now.
Huh? What's going on?
Just trust me, come on.
Only bread? Forget the bread? You two really expect me to become full-fledged bakers? What is half-baked eggs not through the oven? Ooh. I think we found our witch. You've missed out on some lore. No, you didn't miss out on anything. It's just there just happens to be someone named Phoenix Wright and someone named Maya Fey, and they've both been bakers for the last 5 years. They're just very passionate about baking. So they took up an apprenticeship at this bakery.
I didn't expect that. I'm sorry, she's usually so kind and gentle. But when it comes to bread...
I suppose it shows how dedicated she is to her craft.
I guess it must be fun to live in such a lively place, though. Yes, it is. It's thanks to them that I enjoy living here as much as I do. Mrs. Eclair is always so cheerful and kind to me. And Maya and Mr. Wright are so energetic. Maya especially. It's certainly an interesting group, particularly those two. But, Espella, what about your family? It's a bit complicated. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. Ah, Eve. What's the matter, Eve? Are you hungry? Sorry, it's my cat. It must be supper time.
Ah, I see. Please, go ahead. Don't mind us. Do you have a puzzle for us? Aw, no, you don't. You have to always be vigilant when it comes to puzzles. Anything can have a puzzle in a Professor Layton game.
It's such a cute cat. So well behaved and clever, too. Thank you. He was a real friend. Oh, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Mr. Layton, you wanted to ask me something, didn't you? What was it you wanted to know?
Well, there are a few things. Perhaps I'd better ask them one at a time. It may take a little while if you can spare the time.
Yes, of course. Anything I can do to help.
Thank you, Espella. Well then, first off... Oh, right. See, here's some Phoenix Wright gameplay. You don't see this in Professor Layton. Asking questions. Could you tell us again what happened between the time that we were separated in London and your returning to Labyrinthia? You said you can't clearly recall what happened to you. Is that right?
No, I can't. When I came to, I was back here in Labyrinthia. I can remember everything up until I boarded that cargo ship. But after that, I just can't seem to remember how I got back here. It seems the townsfolk didn't even notice I'd been away. I almost thought the whole thing must have been just a dream. Until the two of you appeared here in Labyrinthia. It seems I wasn't dreaming after all.
Yes, indeed. It all really did happen. You came to my office, and then the witch came for you.
So does that mean that the witch brought Espella back to Labyrinthia? Well, I suppose so, but why was I in London in the first place? Why did I meet you two gentlemen? And what was that witch after me? I just can't seem to remember why. Spella, you and Carmine were running away from the witches, weren't you? Carmine?
Do you mean to say that you don't remember being in London with Carmine?
Carmine took you with him and tried to escape from this town. Carmine took me with him and tried to escape. I'm sorry, I do have a vague memory of Carmine, but why was I in London? I just can't seem to remember.
Really like how unique this game is, even if it wasn't so Layton-y. I mean, I like that it's Layton-y. Like, honestly, their gameplay, when you think about it, I mean, the courtroom's obviously a unique Phoenix Wright thing, but otherwise, their gameplay is pretty similar. Like, you're going around to locations, you're clicking on things to talk to people and interact with objects. Their gameplay meshes really well. Like, it just sort of works. And then you just tack on some Phoenix Wright court trials on it, and you've got yourself a means of a good crossover, really. I mean, yeah, it's probably going to feel very Layton-y. I mean, Capcom did barely anything to this game. I think they helped with the court trials. Otherwise, this is like 90% level 5 and like 10% Capcom. They're only really on the box because Phoenix Wright is on the box. Do you remember this letter, Espella?
A letter?
Yes.
Carmine gave you this letter and instructed you to bring it to me. You followed his advice and brought it to my office. That letter... Could I take a closer look at it?
Yes, of course. Yeah, Luke and Layton translate really well to 3D. Like, this is... Weirdly enough, this game was actually the first 3DS title for both series. And the first time that they made 3D models of anything. Because if I remember correctly, I know it is for sure for Phoenix Wright. Maybe I'm wrong about being the first Professor Layton game. I think I'm correct though, because I think the first... what was the first 3DS Professor Layton game? Was it the one that was after Miracle Mask? I don't remember what it was called. It wasn't Azure Legacy, that was the next one. But there was, like, the first 3DS Layton game I think was like 2013 or something like that, and this game was like 2012? It's 2014 in America for this game, but the Japanese version was like a couple years out before that.
Do you remember anything? I don't remember the letter, but this writing does look somewhat familiar. I do have a feeling that there was someone there next to me.
Oh shit, she has the echo.
Spella, are you alright?
Miracle Mask was 3DS and also the first 3DS game. Wait, Miracle Mask was 3DS, then what was the fourth DS game? Oh, that was the Flute was the fourth DS game. I got the two mixed up. I thought Miracle Mask was the... Okay, anytime I've been saying Miracle Mask tonight, I meant to say the DS game that was the Flute one. I forget its name then. I thought that was the DS game. Because there's 4 on DS and then 2 on 3DS plus this game. And then the other one that was on Switch and 3DS.
I think I remember. I remember Carmine. Really? You're right, I do know him. I definitely know Carmine. Carmine was here in this town. In fact, he was in this very shop.
In this shop, Isabella?
But according to the townsfolk, they've never even heard of him. Yes, that's right. What they say contradicts what I remember. That's why I'm finding it so difficult to trust my own memories.
Please, don't let that deter you. We'd be grateful to hear what you know. Last Spectre, thank you. That was the other one. I think Flute was like its Japanese name or something like that, right? I can't remember what it was exactly called in Japan, but yeah, it was the Last Spectre was the DS one. That's the one I stopped on. I got like partway through that game and stopped. Okay, so I guess there was one Layton game before this, but this was definitely the first Phoenix Wright game, because Phoenix Wright 5 wouldn't come out for another couple years after this, I think. Or a year or something after this. Please, do let us know what you can recall.
According to my memory, Carmine was working here in this bakery. Eh? But there are already 2 workers in this shop, right? Mr. Wright and Maya. Those 2 have also been working here making bread for some time now. Or at least, I'm quite sure that must be the case. Mrs. Eclair and anyone else around here would soon tell you so. That's why I put no faith in my memory.
This difference in perception is certainly intriguing. And the fact that Kamine worked here has me somewhat curious.
Do you think all the townsfolk could just be pretending not to know? I mean, maybe Kamine really was here and they're acting like they don't remember. After all, he did mention in that letter that he wrote that he escaped from Labyrinthia. How about we go and ask a few people around the town?
No, Luke. I don't think that's a good idea. As you are no doubt aware by now, a single word out of place can be enough to bring the knights against us.
Not only that, but I really cannot believe that Mrs. Eclair would pretend not to know him. She's always so straight with people. She's never two-faced.
Yeah, but if all the other townsfolk are in on it, why are you saying that Mrs. Eclair would not be in on it? You don't think that she would call the guards the moment you ask her about it?
I see.
Perhaps, Luke, we should be thankful that she took care of him.
Yes, you're right, of course, Professor.
By the way, in that letter, Kamine had claimed that this town held a mysterious secret. He implied that he wanted me to solve Labyrinthia's mystery. Do you have any idea what that mystery could be?
Labyrinthia's mystery? I'm sorry, but I've never even suspected that this town holds any secrets.
Then what might it have been that Kamine was investigating?
What was Kamine investigating? Ah! I think I might know what it could be. One time, Kamine asked me this. Why is it that whatever is written by the storyteller in the Historia Labyrinthia always becomes fact? If that puzzle can be solved, then we will unravel the mystery of Labyrinthia, he said. So Kamine didn't believe that what's written must always come true either. Well, I'm not sure, but... But what? It's only natural that what's written in that book must come true. And it's hard for me to believe that both you and Kamine could doubt this. Well, speaking for myself, I can't just believe it so easily.
Nevertheless, to the people of Labyrinthia, it appears to be a matter of common sense. Which is why those knights treated us with such suspicion.
That's true, but... Are you saying that... in your London, there's no story?
Well, there are certainly none that come true as the Historia Labyrinthia does. In that world as we know it, such a notion is inconceivable.
Corey, Rhythm Thief win, but sadly his gyro controls of some rhythm games use LR. Oh, I already streamed that. That was actually the first game I ever streamed on the 3DS here. Now, we did that a while ago. It was fine. I liked it enough. I think it had some issues with some of its mini games. I don't think they were super great a lot of the time. It definitely needed better tutorialization. Like, compare it to Rhythm Haven and how it handles tutorialization of its mini games. It just wasn't as good. And I felt like the timing was off half the time, and the gyro controls sucked. They were absolutely horrendous. Like, they felt very unresponsive. Those are easily the worst parts of the entire game. The story was, like, hilariously in, like, a really... I don't want to say bad way, but just, like, it wasn't... The writing was something. It was definitely something. Would I have liked a sequel? Yes. It's unfortunate the game ended on a cliffhanger. And I doubt we're ever getting a sequel. I would totally play another one if it came out, but I would hope that there's also a lot of improvements if another one came out.
As I suspected, Kamine is from the same London as you two. So I suppose it makes perfect sense that you should all think it that way.
Incidentally, what action did Kamine take after he came to suspect the story?
Well, Kamine often visited the Great Archive.
The Great Archive?
Yes, that's where all the volumes of the story are kept.
You mean to say, all previous volumes too?
Yes, every volume of the story, so far. All of them.
I see. In other words, he wanted to confirm the authenticity of the story.
But Professor, surely he wouldn't be in trouble with the witches just for looking at some books.
As I recall, in the letter he sent to me, he wrote, I realized the town had held a mysterious secret, and decided to get to the bottom of it.
But before I could, they found me. I believe that was it. Which probably means it wasn't just ordinary books that he was investigating. It's quite likely that the books had something to do with the witches. So you mean Carmine came close to unraveling Labyrinthia's mystery, and therefore became the witch's target? Is what you're suggesting? I believe that would be highly probable. But why did the witches... Isabella, have there been other stories involving witches before this? Ah, yes. There have been many stories about them. All of these stories are also being kept in the Great Archive.
I don't think Rhythm Thief really ended on a cliffhanger. I don't know, it definitely, like, they had set up for a sequel. It definitely set up a sequel. A sequel that's probably never happening at this point. It felt, there was a lot of, I remember there was a lot of threads that were just completely untouched because they deliberately wanted to leave him for a sequel. I personally didn't think the ending was very satisfying on its own.
Stories about the witches are no doubt a source of considerable fear for the townsfolk. So why is it deemed necessary to keep such stories in the Great Archive? They're an important source of information for the Inquisition. Their prime objective is to capture witches and protect the people of the town.
So you're saying that in order to fight the witches,
It's essentially to read about them and learn their ways. Yes, that's right. Stories involving the witches are under the authority of the Order of Knights. The Order of Knights was established to protect the town of Labyrinthia. The storyteller, the Order of Knights, and the Inquisition, they are the ones who govern this town. The entire fate of Labyrinthia is decided by the Creator, otherwise known as the Storyteller. That personage is the weaver of all life in Labyrinthia, including the current horrifying story involving the actions of a witch. It then falls to the Order of Knights to protect the townsfolk from such events. The Knights not only protect the people, but also act as the storyteller's guard. And finally, the Inquisition is responsible for trying the witches in the Witches' Court. That is the manner in which this town is managed, and order is maintained.
if the storyteller controls everything, why does he have to write such, like, terrible stories? You must find, like, some sick joy out of it.
Undoubtedly, it was the Order of Knights keeping peace during the parade we saw. That's right. The storyteller holds those parades from time to time. He gives the townsfolk the story that will determine their fate from that time onwards. The story this time involved a witch, which explains why the knights were on such high alert. I wonder what spells will be used this time. If only we could check in that book.
Just a moment, Isabella. What was it you just said? Do you mean to say that there is a book about magic?
Yes, there is, in the Great Archive. It describes all of the spells that provide the witches with their wicked power. It is a special book, used by the Knights of the Inquisition to aid them in their investigations.
That's it. That must have been what Carmine was so interested in. He was investigating the witch's power. Of course, it's possible that he came upon a secret that he shouldn't have known.
And that's why the witches attacked him?
Indeed, Luke. That may well be the reason. The story, so respected by the people, and the witches whom they fear. There could be a certain secret connecting these two in some way. Thank you, Isabella. It seems we now know where to begin with our investigation.
So you'll be visiting the Great Archive?
Yes, indeed. That book about magic that resides there may well provide a valuable clue towards unraveling the mystery of Labyrinthia.
We better get going with our investigation straight away, right, Professor?
Absolutely, Luke. We must solve this puzzle for Carmine's sake, as well as for our own.
Mr. Layton? Please take me along with you.
I'm not sure that's wise.
It might put you in more than a little trouble. It is likely that Kamine's investigation is what led to him being pursued by witches. And if that's the case, the path we tread may well be fraught with danger.
Even so, I really would like to help you. Talking with you both like this, I too have come to believe that there must be a secret to this town. I want to help you find the truth.
Well, Spella, suppose that settles it. From here on in, let's all do our very best to solve this mystery together.
Yes, together. I'm the professor's apprentice, so if there's anything you need to know, just ask. Thank you, Luke. I'll be sure to do that.
Well then, without any further ado, let's follow in the Kamine's footsteps and visit the Great Archive. I'm quite certain that's where the clues are waiting to be found.
Yes, let's go. Not you, Eve. I'm afraid you'll have to stay here until I get back. Oh, my pendant. I almost forgot it.
That's a lovely pendant, Spella.
It's very old. I can't remember how old I was when I started wearing it. Right. Sorry to have kept you. Shall we leave for the Great Archive now?
Oh, Spella, are you off out somewhere?
Yes, I'm taking Mr. Layton and Luke to see the Great Archive.
Is that so? Well, you might want to hurry. It looks like it might rain at any time.
Ah, yes, that reminds me. Could you get me something while you're out? Just on your way back would be fine. Yes, of course. What can I get for you?
Some goat's milk for Mary. I forgot to get some when I was at the market.
Okay, I'll drop around to Mary's farm on the way back. Would you? There's a milk bucket ready round back. Milk, you say? Naturally, our bakery uses only the finest goat's milk for our milk loaf. It's so fluffy and white. It's delicious. Cool. Sounds great.
Let's be certain to try some later, Luke.
I'm totally up for that.
Okay, we'll see if there's any... we have any puzzles from these two still, or we just... that's it.
So you're both friends of Ispella's? I'm glad to see she has some friends like you.
I was hoping for a puzzle from the great Phoenix Wright. Ace Baker. Sorry if I came across as rude earlier. Please, pay it no thought. It's just that sometimes I can get carried away when I'm pounding dough like that.
Well, it was kind of surprising to hear a big thump like that, even if you were just kneading the dough. And when you said, "Take that," my heart nearly stopped.
When I bake great bread, I guess I just feel the need to present it to the customer like that. Very passionate about baking, for sure. Well, unfortunately, it is quite late, so I think we're going to save here. I guess if we're going off of my save file, I would say we're like a sixth of the way through the game? Maybe? Something like that? So I don't know how many parts this is going to end up being. Probably, honestly, probably similar to any other Phoenix Wright game we've played so far. But we will continue this next time. But for now, this will definitely be it. I am very much looking forward to replaying this game. I remember really liking this, and even after playing the other three Phoenix Wrights and all the Professor Laytons I've played, I'd still say this is one of my favorites in both series. But in the meantime, that will be it for tonight. I will be back tomorrow with another brand new game that I'll reveal when it's time. Otherwise, we'll have Minecraft on Friday, more Pseudo Regalia on Monday, and then we will continue this next Tuesday. So, thank you all for watching tonight. I need to... oh, there will be a link to a poll here, but that poll is clearly closed because that poll is for this game, which I'm shocked that people were very interested in playing this. I was actually expecting Apollo Justice to win that, but I'm very glad that this one won first. But we will get to the Apollo Justice trilogy once this game is complete, and then probably by that point we should be able to do both Great Ace Attorney and the Edgeworth games, which were originally going to be here. But for now, thank you for coming by tonight. I hope you all have a good night, and I will see you next time.